suitcase. So I just realized that I don't have the empathy for people. I'm afraid like I'll just like I'll flip into their problems. They'll tell me their problems and I won't listen, and I don't listen to someone like killing themselves because of me. So
Yeah,
pretty much that's it. I work for my dad. He's still a gas engineer, and I bought a can of oil and gas that I like run to case my bills.
all these services and
Oh wow. Redman works with gas as well.
again, I
All the
said
time.
I will go
Right
up
now.
on the tree,
Little
but I
stand
only
back
take
there.
one branch. I take one of the branches. What's the
All
shot?
right. So,
He says,
Brittany, any special
Marty,
skills
I
or
love
talents
Marty
that you have?
So again,
Oh God,
Do you magic or rap or sing or anything? Anything that you can show off to this audience or show and tell? Your mind, you go to guy porn or girl porn. Good question.
I'm not really into porn. I wish I was. I think like a flop there, you know.
All I have.
The only porn I've seen was Wizard of Oz XXX.
Well, that's probably why you do that into porn. What the fuck is wrong?
Okay, but those people, I think that's correct to say. I saw a woman.
The Wizard of Oz accent.
Okay, she had an inside of her the size of her torso. There was full of girls still.
What was the Wizard of Oz XXX? Tell us about this.
He just really wanted to be actors. You can tell.
What was like? What was like the storyline?
I don't know. I just mainly remember seeing people, like the little people getting clouded.
There was midgets in it.
All of the branches,
Yeah.
just branches.
Bring this up on your iPad. Let's get a closer look at the Wizard of Oz XXX. I can find out exactly. That's actually, fun fact, that's actually Tom Segura after he broke his knee. Thank you very much. This was a special Tony Redman hybrid. I texted it the other day after I saw the video for the first time. I'm like, we absolutely positively need this sound effect for the show. It really is toxic. Get well soon, Tom. You sound like a midget porn. Wow, is this it? Is this all right? Can you confirm? Can you come back here and look real quick? This is the actual. Is that it? You remember that? What? 2 years ago, the last time. Yes. How do you forget? Wow. You doing that? Oh, Jesus. That's not right. Wow. Okay. That's not Toto. Toto's like, alright. So Brittany, wow. Really in a lot of words here after all this. What made you want to get into stand-up comedy? You said psychology. You felt like someone working with like inside people build themselves during their sets at night.
I know.
So I'm interested to know why. What made you want to get into stand-up? Do you have any favorites?
Nikki Lacer's my favorite. That's stand-up. Nice girl. I enjoyed the piece where he roasted by her. Roasted actually live, but it would be great.
Go listen back to this episode and realize I made fun of you throughout the entire thing. It just doesn't feel like it right now. The adrenaline is kicking in. It's like an actual like physical injury. It doesn't hurt until afterwards.
I don't know. I like dealing with stuff this way.
By the way, I want to point out.
When you live by yourself, you have a roommate.
I live by myself. I hope no one comes to
What's your apartment? I feel like you have more than a dirty apartment.
No, I live in a really nice one.
How many of you think there's a bunch of empty glasses around your bed right now? I get that vibe. John reads his head over there. He knows too.
So grab one of the
He knows.
I'm sorry. I think like my bed is now in my living room.
Where'd it go?
So not ideal. Probably great.
Redman actually researched his bed and was itching.
Shorter walks to bridge.
So, alright, Brittany, well, nice to meet you. You know, and I'm going to tell you this, I made fun of you a lot, but I will say this is one of the funniest performances by a female comedian I've ever seen. Tila Desmond guy.
At that level, how
How you guys doing back here, huh? Look at this table. Making my butt crack all the time. Fuck yeah.
what is that?
Look at that. How about another A for Zach Bogus up here? Did anyone mention the coronavirus in Zach? Alright, your next comedian on this stage goes by the name of Brian McDuffie. Brian McDuffie. Here we go. Eventually, here comes Brian McDuffie. That sounds like a family. How many of you make some noise if you've already had the coronavirus? There you go. Those of you that don't will be able to make some noise in just 2 or 3 weeks, so very exciting. Wow, look at this guy. It's Brian McDuffie, everybody.
How you doing? My name is Brian McDuffie. All this sexiness. My name is Brian McDuffie. There's only one way to spell Brian with an I. You spell it with a Y, that's Brian with an A. Get it for me right now, get it. Brian, if you put the A before an I, that's great. Come on. Come on. I know I'm just exuberating all this manliness up here, all this testosterone, you know? I'm actually a little insecure, you know? I'm not fat. I'm chubby. There's a difference. Alright? Fat people don't talk to women. I go up to women, I'm like, what's up, girl? You got a dad? That's real. I really do that. Don't get mad at me. Works like 2 out of 5 times. Get mad at your dad. Alright? Killing the game with the man. Chilling squad. Looking sexy. I'm sure we're going to come sweat. I couldn't remember the rest of my jokes anyway. People intimidate me, alright?
We all know, Brian. Brian McDuffie. Are you okay?
No, I'm terrified right now.
Why? What's wrong?
I got this killer look in your eye. And I'm sick. You're small, but I don't care.
Jesus Christ. Fuck, what are you judging everybody by their size?
No. What kind of years ago, I could run in a little Viking village, you know?
For what?
Hopefully it makes me famous. Thank you, Brian. Thank you.
Red Man 7 impressions. Yeah, you are something else.
Thanks, man.
Because you look like, I don't know, someone that walked into an Italian restaurant their whole life. There's something very, like, the Chinchigante, like, are you Italian?
No, man, I'm Irish.
No, man, I'm Irish.
Black Irish, I gotta get across, you know? Yeah.
What does that mean? What's black Irish?
I have no idea. It's what my family told me, so I run with it. Right? Thank you. Thank you. Great idea. Okay. Well, now I'm just white. I'm done. I'm just white from now on. All right? Shut the fuck up. What did you say, lady? Jesus Christ, they are putting liquor in the drinks here tonight, everybody. Wow, by the way, one of the funniest female comedians tonight. So Brian, how long have you been stand-up comedy? About 2 years.
About 2 years. My goodness. And how long have you been on the Tony Chacon's New Orleans?
Even the right company. I feel like an idiot.
Yeah, you look like you're sort of like made out of Play-Doh or something like that. Like the doughy things. What do you like to eat?
Salad for the acid.
Really?
Yeah, me and you, man. You don't gain weight from it. It's just automatic.
So it goes straight from Texas toast, huh?
Toast.
Wow. Right. My God, now you talk a lot about women, surprisingly, during your set. You being good with the ladies?
Everything.
Because I kind of Well, wait, right. Stop trying to be funny.
Ale škola tu Daniela, škola
That's all I
tu
got. I'm trying
Jezu
to think
Daniela,
of Play-Doh,
to the
stand up
labor
straight,
is
have
the
some
same
pants.
stuff.
I'm talking
Those
with
are
face when I talk about
Daniel
Play-Doh,
didn't
not
Daniel was there.
your
Daniel
actual like
also would have
sports
been
stuff.
thrown to the fire for
Like
his
even
life.
red thing,
He
I
could
mean,
not have that.
pass,
He
it
should
wasn't
have been
head down, but his face needs like a little bit of shape. Yours
Americans
looks like
Daniel, and
it's
that's
like
the
the first place it
this
goes.
was Fernando Vishal
It's very
and Dyer.
shapely.
This
You
was
know
their
about this? You know you have a shape.
You know,
This was their choice. And therefore, again,
when I
Daniel
get a
was
beard like that, it
that
all cover up
the
pretty
right
good.
size.
You know,
But
that's my
Daniel
goal,
is
man. Once I get
so
those
the
patches
Kanye
filled in,
Beats
I'm like,
Slayer
I hate you so much,
Daniel also
Brian.
said, no, I gotta get out
You're
here.
not
So
right.
also, I got a combination
Special
that
skills and talents. How about you, Brian? Any hobbies or special skills?
yeah, man, I
that's
hold a handle,
Playing football today.
That's one of my favorite hobbies. I'm a basketball player, so it sounds like great fun. Fuck that.
That's how my knees are doing it.
Well, I
So
golf.
the labor
Oh,
of
you
the
need
company. I also said to Daniel, why?
The regular
I
golf.
Really?
said,
Yeah, my dad forced me to play golf, actually.
Daniel also
Wow.
told me
I'm friends, I'm used to hookup.
Yeah, you're one of my favorite
he didn't
people.
want to
I
say
bet.
why.
We're friends now. We're
Daniel as a
friends.
guy.
Oh, yeah.
And he
Go
didn't
Black
want to
Irish.
I'll do that before I says.
That's also what they call the Notre Dame football team.
Said,
Okay. You never asked your mom what she meant when she said you're Black Irish?
My mom just tells me why she happy about it. My dad's the one that's like Black Irish.
So there are other people who also want to talk about these guys. So these two guys, and they also always have questions about their medication. The campaign for
Really?
no. Sure, I'm the yoga.
That's what I do.
How about t-shirts? So I'll show somebody. And then I'm not sure somebody. I love and
Well, Brian, I'm going to cut this one short just because every time I ask you a question, you talk for a long period of time. Figured out the safety aspects. How long have you been on stand-up? 2 years. Well, you're on another 2 years of shit.
One safety that was slowed down. It's because of the as well. Everybody runs into the same They went to the road with the I don't know. Former actually,
It's 30 people on here.
you guys know the project, don't forget it. Guys, go to the yourself. Speaking of
I'm excited for this one.
you should
Ladies and gentlemen, your next comedian goes by the name of Octavius Thunder. Sounds promising. Let's get Octavius Thunder up there. There you come. Octavius Thunder is making his way to the stage, I do believe. Here he comes. It's really happening. There he comes. Guys, make some noise for Octavius Thunder, everybody.
That's not my real name. I'm so Jewish that I grew a bullet, so I don't have to pay for a haircut every couple of weeks. I'm so Jewish I'm being a Christian with the Bible's free.
To show it up again
I got a dog, Pablo Escobar. He's a service animal. His service is fighting loopholes in federal regulations and exploiting them. He's really fun guy. I don't impress me. I want to impress girls by telling he's a rescue, so I push him. I used to live in Los Angeles. I used to want to go on walks and we'll try to start conversation with him, which I hate, so I try to freak him out.
They told me
He's like,
fake
oh, is that a
news.
queer girl? That's
They
nice.
told me fake news, right? Never happened.
Since
Never
I
happened.
lived in
So
LA,
what's
they're
going on
like, oh,
here?
no way, my cousin's cat is
So
fake.
we're like, I'm not
Oh, God,
the
damn it,
big
fuck
lesson.
that.
So could I, so,
And I did,
so,
and I did.
so, I'm saying, well, one second.
I
Why
met
is
this
this
girl
girl?
on
Why
an
are her
online dating app for abusive relationships. It's called
They're
ER.
prophets and we're prophets. Yeah, we're all coming
Age
in.
is Christianity to bondage, so we had sex twice a day. We do it across the month.
We're prophets also.
There you go. That's the end of his set. Octavius Thunder, it went good. You want to give us your real name, or are you going to say about
Eli Howard.
Eli Halpert.
Octavius Thunder was Eli, I know you, right?
Yeah,
So
I checked out the
welcome. Look different.
Yeah, I try to change up my look all the time because people like, how do you look at yourself in the mirror after doing terrible things? I get shaved and I'm like, oh, I wasn't doing some of the work.
I like your style. Are you on a drug? You have so much energy.
I'm also something.
Adderall?
I just have an instinct.
Oh, okay. You have a bang?
One of those. I don't remember.
All right, guess not. Jesus, all right. My God, you're
So I ended up going to the store and I was like, tired.
wow.
Of all the drugs I did last time.
Okay, all right. You're gonna kill some people?
Yeah.
What's happened? What's been some highlights of your previous appearances?
I did great last time. I told you that you looked like a pedophile was also the victim of pedophilia.
Yeah.
This time I would like to tell you that you look like a bobblehead doll in the show.
These are all some of my favorite things that I've heard over my entire life. But you get it. Absolutely. You look like something that Giovanni would shit out of his mouth. There you go. I wasn't even going to make fun of you, but
I'd rather go in it.
anyway.
Oh,
you gay?
No, I'm just big fan.
Oh, okay. There you go. Incredible comedy fans nowadays. Are you really so Jewish? Well, you are.
Two-ish. That's like my big part, you know? He's like, I'm like a tall, in-shape white guy. Everyone's like, fuck you, douchebag. I'm like, no, I'm Jew. I killed my ancestors. Oh, we feel bad for 24. Wow. I'm glad to see one energetic Jewish guy, huh? I'd say ancient.
Okay, what do you do for work, Eli? How do you survive? You a Gnostic?
Yeah. I was doing Amazon, selling stuff on Amazon, like kitchen work stuff. And right now I'm working on building a Christian protein bar company.
A protein bar made out of actual ingredients?
Yeah.
Wow, well, I heard a lot of them during this trip, so use the follow it now, bitch.
Wait, how are you selling shit on Amazon?
You buy stuff and then you resell it?
Yeah, if I go over to China, then I ship it to the warehouse. They reship it.
Wow, you really are so Jewish.
Well, I was in college and I just was zoning out in class. Like, how do we make money without doing work? So I just got an e-commerce.
Right?
I was organic beers.
Yeah, with the artwork. Yeah, you ever see Wizard of Oz XXX?
No, I did see a pterodactyl for you.
There you go.
We're done.
Showing up, what happened to the pterodactyl board?
There's two guys dressed like pterodactyls tagging each other.
Wow. Geez, all that excitement movie needs the girl, am I right? Alright, Eli, you have a girlfriend?
No.
Jesus. My goodness.
A lot of girls that hate me though.
Why?
I'm still trying to figure that out.
Come on, you must have some reason, right?
I'm such a narcissist. I'm just convinced that I'm just so amazing. I'm just really love me.
Really?
In reality, it's selfish piece of shit.
Wow. I know you're getting weird, or there's a towel in the back of the bench. I've never heard of you sound more like a new my entire life. We have arrived in Texas.
I don't have fuck buddies. I have fuck enemies.
Really? But you still like to fuck you, even though you have a Jewish penis.
Yeah, my dick's so small it's considered microdosing.
Look at that. This one, just. So how are you going to make these freaking protein bars?
I'm gonna take cricket flour, which is just ground up crickets. And everyone's like, yeah, gross, bugs. I'm like, you're not gonna take a bite out of a cat. You gotta prepare it right. It's environmentally friendly.
I'm kind of like, it's good, awesome. Now I can try that instead of having
Yeah, but you should be eating bugs. You're gonna kill them anyways. In agriculture, why don't you fucking use them for something?
How many of you want to light Eli on fire right now? Seems like
seems like it's
Well, I hate myself more than any Twitter.
prove it to us. Tell us how much you hate yourself, Eli.
Well, I was already the world. Like, I wouldn't kill myself, but I don't want to make the world a better place.
My goodness. Have you done the coronavirus yet?
I don't get this.
Have you gotten ridiculously sick for 5 days?
No, I've been great at this. Fueled by rage.
Really? Jewish guy with a great immune system? Are we sure about this?
I take a lot of supplements.
Yeah, like what? What type of supplements do you take?
I heard cocaine. That's one of them. Zyrtec. A lot of Zyrtec. I'm allergic to my own dog.
Is that true?
Yeah.
What's your dog's name?
Oh, Escobar.
Oh, that's right. You said that. I fell asleep for 60 seconds. Alright, Eli. Well, we learned a lot about you. Welcome back to the show. You were in LA for a long time, right?
Yeah, about 4 months.
And how long have you lived here now?
3 months.
3 months. There it is. What made you want to move here 3 months ago?
I want a life.
Yeah. What do you like to do in Texas?
Going to bars, exercising, going to parks. Listen, buddy, it's not even cocaine anymore, by the way.
By the way, he's
down the border.
been heckling all night, right? So he's heckling you for giving it his first last
He just said the same thing twice. Come up with a new heckle.
Eli, fun times. There he goes. Eli Halpern, everybody. What do you think? Are you guys think we should go to the bucket one more time, huh? Lots of paper here, but only one can be pulled. And your final Canadian of tonight goes by the name of DP Hinsdale. There you go. Hinsdale. Should be excited. Here comes DP. Oh, crying with the bucket. Absolutely. Shit's about to go motherfucking down. Oh, yeah. Thank you, God. Take a beauty. The bucket provides us again with the comedy stylings of Jake So I've been reading the Bible a lot. A friend died. And just pure tackle exceptions like the biggest fucking bluff in history. Seriously, I mean, people just follow that thing. And even if it is true, I mean, does that make Joseph like the first cop in history? I mean, seriously. Nobody wants to be the first. Yeah. Actually, Mary and Joseph played together and they had children, right? So they had sex. And even if Joseph is doing the best he can, Mary's really getting into it. All of a sudden she starts screaming, "Oh God! Oh God! Oh God! One fucking night you can't bring them up! Jesus Christ! Why is everybody screaming? Go to bed! Nobody's talking to you! You're not my real father!" Does that make God like a deadbeat dad since he didn't show up at the end of the end? I mean, do I have to feel better about my father? Because he was a deadbeat dad. I mean, maybe his own dad's been raised to a new level, but still. Yeah, it's just, I just have so many problems. There you go. JT Hinsdale getting all of his time. Come on out there, JT. You can take the mask off and stay a while. Turn the knees. We don't have any symptoms, do you? No. Right. I'm tested negative. My kids are my love is perfect. The only super spreader that you take part in is when you're putting peanut butter and jelly on bread. Yeah, the bourbon bacon is magic. Say that again? Yeah, the bourbon bacon is magic. Ooh, I like your fucking style. For those of you listening, JT Hinsdale makes Red Band look like Tony Hinchcliffe. You are a beautiful shape. Yeah, I was senior with the Bob's Big Boys, and this was kind of inevitable. Is that true? Yes. Redman's obsessed with Bob's. Yeah, I'm right here. Glendale, California. I doubt it. Perfect. Yeah, my mom just wanted to tip. Wow, look at that. She had sex in a big boy and had one. Exactly. My gosh. She got the big boy's house. I love your style, man. I feel like you could have talked about almost. How long have you been doing stand-up? 3 months. 3 months. Let me tell you something. Tonight, not your night. Right? Okay? But let me tell you something. You have an extraordinary amount of energy and like a take. I feel like if you would have talked about anything but the Bible, you would have destroyed. Well, ask me. All right, let's fucking get into it. So JP, this is it. This is another episode of Who Are You with JP Hinsdale. Let's find out everything about JP. How long have you lived in Texas? 13 years. 13 years. What's your favorite restaurant in town? This town? Sure. I don't really go out. How about other towns? I live in Rome, Texas. My favorite barbecue joint is 407 Barbecue. Wow, 407. Yeah. That's also what your scale says. Exactly.
Robert says,
Rome, Texas. Yeah, I had a special order, and it's RHOME, like R-O. It's spelled it wrong.
I sort of like that.
Wow, that's crazy. What made you move to Rome? Serious core life choices. Like what? Trying to help out with sociopathic father's mom. So, she basically stuck me with a mortgage I didn't want and a bunch of other shit. Got my car repoed. Oh my god. So, she fucked up your credit. Oh, she's fucked up more than my credit. Yeah? What else has she fucked up? Oh, everything.
Alright,
She's the one that fed you a lot when you were a little baby. Actually, she's the one that starved me a lot. That's why this happened. Oh, look at that. Yeah. Maybe look at that. You were a little boy, and now look at you. Now I'm a big boy now. That's it. You really are. You're one of the. I mean, you're right up there with some of the greats. I mean, you could be Amy Schumer's stunt woman at any given moment. I think I have better taste. Probably, it's probably true. And your pussy smells better. Oh, absolutely. I clean thoroughly. I love it. So JP, how do you make money? I'm an industrial mechanic. Industrial mechanic. Are you just a normal mechanic for your industrial size? How does that work? Yeah, I mean, I gotta put me where I fit. Square up to the audience so they can see, or should I say round up to the audience. JP owning it. This guy's just a boatload of charisma. JP, tell us more about you. Just tell us about you. Really want to know. Really, you just take it over yourself. I mean, anything you want to know, man. I don't know what hobbies. What do you take your mind off of? This, drugs, organized drugs. Whenever I can get it. Almost good. In fact, the person that died, that was my drug dealing wife, so that was pretty tough. Wow. She was riding her back. My goodness. When you say ride, are you talking about a rascal scooter? No. I'm the fat one. What type of drugs are you into? You ever snort breadcrumbs? I'm really into the fucking cheddar bay biscuits from Red Lobster. I mean, I gave you enough of that shit. Seriously, how about drugs for you? Normal shit. Oh, okay. I'm pretty mellow. Alright, that's good. That's good. So, how about, like, love life? What's that like? It's miss, any hit, miss, sometimes any hit, sad hand job in the back of the car, miss. Wow, sad hand job in the back of the car. Let's talk about this. Who was more sad, you or her? Honestly, both of us. I mean, I felt bad for her, and she felt bad for me. Wow. Oh my god. The hand job, like, why? That's like that's when you don't want to do the blowjob. That's like the least. I mean, people do. That's still sexual. JP gave an honest answer. Yeah. I mean, no bones about it. Just straight up, that's what they want to do when they don't want to suck your dick. Exactly. So JP, how long did the hand job last? I'm interested to know. At one point, we just both let it go. It was just like, it was 15 minutes of just like, yeah, this is important for both of us. Wow, really? 15 minutes? Yeah. And it just ended? Yeah. I'm on some new medication. It's not working out. Oh, okay. You want to correct? All right. I love it, JP. They give real answers up special skills or hobbies of yours? Like any big dreams that you have other than stand-up comedy?
I mean, I have lots of nightmares, but not many dreams.
Yeah?
Yeah. I'm sorry, what kind of nightmares?
Do you have a reoccurring one?
Oh, yeah.
Like what?
I have a dream where I'm in between two rocks on a pyramid, and vultures are just ripping me to pieces.
Wow.
As a kid, I was locked in an apiary like 4 times.
You've been locked in what?
An apiary 4 times. By
You've been locked in a
well, once with some birds.
What's an aviary?
That's why they keep birds so they can fly around free.
You've been locked in a bird cage?
Well, not a cage. Like an aviary is like big. They got trees and shit, so they can kind of fly
How
around.
do you keep getting locked in aviaries?
Well, once at the LA Zoo, and it took 2 hours for my mom to realize I wasn't there anymore. Once she was drinking with her friend who happened to have an aviary in their house, and she thought it was funny that I was terrified of birds, so she just shoved me in there while they got drunk. The third time, my grandfather told me that no pussy grandson of his was going to be afraid of birds, so he held the door shut and kept me in there. There was a fourth time, but I can't remember it, and I'm sure
You know what? 3 out of 4 ain't bad. You remember being locked in an aviary more than anyone else I know, that's for sure. Wow. My goodness gracious. What were you doing? Looking for chicken and turkey? Or Auschwitz, perhaps?
Whoa. That's a real sarcastic joke.
I love it. How far away is from Texas right now?
Oh, fucking far, man. Almost going into Oklahoma. Here in Texas,
Wow, you drove here for this?
Oh, yeah. 2 comic friends of mine told me I should come down and get shot.
Wow, I love that. They signed up too?
Yes, sir.
Wow, and you're the one that got on.
Yeah, they're really pissed at me.
I bet.
I mean, they've been really putting in their time like 7 years. I mean, they're real fucking killers, and I'm just the guy they drag around for drugs.
And were you in the back seat, or did you ride shotgun, or bazooka? What do they call it?
Bazooka? They have to put me in drugs, you know.
So your mom caught you. Do you ever think about getting revenge on her?
I mean, she's too good. It's like, I don't know, she's like kind of like a Bond villain. Like every time she's nice to me, I know something's up. I'm already trapped, so it's kind of like it's best to avoid her and just throw a minimal amount of money at her because she can't.
JT, I'm gonna tell you what. Like I said.
Absolutely. Every day is a holiday, every meal is a feast. I heard the discussion and wanted to contribute one of my favorite hypotheses, if you don't mind. Absolutely. Thank you for the opportunity. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. If you don't know who I am, you will. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real life Truman Show, a real life Big Brother. This is a timeline and a time capsule of human achievement. In the 1990s, the phrase content is king was coined, and I'm making it true today. I'm king of the internet. This is the biggest event in global history, and here's why. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's number one resource. And I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which is making me very influential. I'm going viral, and when I do, I want to make you, your friends, your family all financially independent if you're not already. I want to ensure that you have generational wealth if you don't already, and I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. I'm unlike any influencer you're ever going to meet. I'm not live on one YouTube stream or two YouTube streams. I'm live on over 20 simultaneous YouTube streams 24 hours a day. You can view my life in 360 degrees. I even have a ceiling cam. If you want to view my YouTube streams, the link's available in my profile. Additionally, you'll find it in my pinned post. You'll also find in my pinned post a link to my link tree. I dare you to look at my link tree. Nobody dares you to look at their link tree, but I do because I have more social media than any person ever. I have more content than any person ever. You also find a link to my Discord, discord.me/rabbi. I'm proud to say that we're approaching 3,000 members of our community and continue to grow each day. In addition to making you all extremely wealthy and wanting to promote world peace, I want you to know that I want to help end world hunger through the use of technology, such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million, and one of the things that we do is we build wells and water towers in developing nations for the benefit of the less fortunate. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the LifeStar program and, most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump Earth's seawater onto land and make it drinkable. If you are a reply guy, if you're a Web3 marketer, if you're a raider or a shiller and want a free mentor, coach, and friend, send me a follow. I will follow you back. Send me a DM. I will respond. I want you all to know that I'm here to support you both personally and professionally. I'm here to be a positive person in your lives. I'm here to have an optimistic view on the future, and most importantly, I want to give people hope. And with that, I sincerely appreciate the opportunity to share. Thank you. Thank you. Absolutely. So this is a hypothesis that was proposed in 1991 by Herbert Illig. It's known as the phantom time hypothesis. And if you haven't heard of it, it's the claim that the years AD, or the Common Era, 614 to 911, never occurred. It suggests Holy Roman Emperor Otto III, Pope Sylvester II, and possibly Byzantine Emperor Constantine VII fabricated this 297-year period to place themselves in the year AD 1000, or the Common Era 1000. This theory alleges that the Carolingian period and Charlemagne are fictions. So this was an argument that the early Middle Ages were extended by 297 years, meaning the current calendar year should actually be in the 1700s, not the 2000s, which is really wild to think about. The Phantom period, the theory asserts that the 297 years from 614 to 911 were added to the calendar through forged documents and altered evidence. And there's a lot of, believe it or not, architectural evidence for this as well. That much of the architecture, especially in early Europe, reflects more the Roman style and does not have as much development as would be expected. This is also one of the reasons why it's many times discussed as the Dark Ages, because there's just not a lot of information regarding this period of human history. The conspirators, the scheme is attributed to Holy Roman Emperor Otto III, Pope Sylvester II, and possibly Byzantine Emperor Constantine VII, who supposedly wanted to rule during the to them significant year of the year 1000. And while this isn't a theory that necessarily is extremely popular, I find it to be absolutely fascinating. I don't feel that any subject out there is ever debunked. I feel that one of the extremely wonderful opportunities that we have as humans is to always dig into events even further and scientific advancements as well. And so, for those of you who have never heard of the phantom time hypothesis, well, you may not be able to go to your local university and espouse this theory. It is a theory that is, or at least a hypothesis that does exist and has existed for almost 30 years or so, and I find it to be fascinating. So, thank you for letting me contribute. Excellent question. Well, I have a quite an interesting take on this, I think. Um, so, if you don't know who Bob Lazar is, he was a whistleblower from Area 51, specifically Area S4 of Area 51, who came upon some documents during his briefing in the late 1980s when he took a job as a contractor for advanced propulsion. And without going into his story and reverse engineering of UFO um, craft, one of the things that he discovered in his briefing in the documents was that perhaps Earth has been seeded like a zoo by some type of extraterrestrial species. Specifically, it's argued that it's the people or the beings from Zeta Reticuli, and that they've done at least 64 major DNA alterations. So, meaning that on the human genome. So, it's one of the reasons why we as humans may have seen some development and evolution, especially with the size of our brains and the ability to have complexities like language and problem solving in a much faster amount of time than would be expected. I think that this type of a theory may have some credence and some credibility. Now, the idea, what you're talking about in the brain, as I understand, is bilateral symmetry, and it is not something that is unique to humans. So this is something that we do see in other species. As I understand, it helps with things like multitasking and also increases the capacity of the brain. Also, as I understand it, it helps with sensory and balance control. Now, we're not alone, so other higher intelligent beings, at least on Earth, have it. So things like dolphins, certainly things like other types of primates. And I think that maybe this might be some type of evolutionary development for survival, so that if something does happen to one hemisphere of the brain, um, perhaps the person or the being may be able to function. But I do not necessarily um, throw out the idea that we may have been shaped by some type of extraterrestrial being. And in fact, I think there's a lot of evidence for this. And so, for anyone out there who thinks that this may be hocus pocus or pseudoscience, I highly recommend that you look into the Bob Lazar story and also just into the theory that humans may not be alone. And in answer to our friend Fuego 100X's question, I think that the bilateral symmetry of the brain may be both an evolutionary development that may have had some type of extraterrestrial or extra additional assistance from some type of other species, perhaps, and I really mean it. So I know that's probably not the normal take that you will hear, but that's what I feel. So with that, Fuego, does that answer your question?
Yeah, part of the question. I have heard about the stories. One story is like the genetic combination with the genome of our species. Like we had this alien species, something from my take on this is that I have no idea what's going on. When these Sumerians, as a species, collect the whole planet Earth around it is just like YouTube theories. And the other thing is, do you think the human as of now is connected from the natural ways, and probably we have this unique, I don't know how to explain it, way of living, or I don't know how to interpret reality in certain other different ways, like when you are in that psychedelics or psychotropics, that you experience these other dimensions. I think this is something that is built in to natural mind and soul connection that exists in the organic nature of the body, or the embodiment of the human consciousness. Yeah, my question is, do you think we are disconnected and we could actually be, because the state of meditation is a state where your mind can create whatever is in your imagination actively, as if, I don't know if you have had, no, I have no idea how to explain this code. Can anybody help me out? I'm just trying to explain. We have, have you watched the movie Atlanteans? The Disney movie, that, yeah, this community had this connection to the earth and to the energy in the core, and basically the whole universe. I think we have been disconnected a little bit from that natural sensitivity that, I don't know, problems up too high right now.
That's okay. So you're basically saying, as I understand, um, like ways in which we can either transform our consciousness or connect to uh, higher levels of dimensions. Is that what I understand?
Yeah, like let's say telepathy, that this will be a built-in feature of the human that we have not practiced it for thousands of years. We have actually focused more on the materialistic ways of living instead of our actual spirit. That's why
Yeah.
we're
So
missing part.
that's an excellent question. So uh, I'm not an expert in any of this, but these are just my thoughts as a learned individual. So I'd like to preface what I say with that. Um, so as we are, we're Homo sapiens, and I think we're transitioning to a new type of being. It has yet to be named yet. Some people within the transhuman community have called it techno sapien. There's some other names for it, but essentially we're moving into a new type of species, and what Fuego is referencing is basically have we lost some of our capabilities, or maybe we don't utilize some types of capabilities that we once had, specifically with being able to communicate using non-standard modes. So perhaps telepathy is one of them, and I do think that we have lost that connectivity for several reasons. We don't depend on them. Firstly, like we once may have when we were perhaps roaming the plains and paths, being able to uh, basically interpret small signals of those around us because our lives depended on it for catching, for hunting and perhaps catching animals or perhaps being able to just for survival. Um, I do also think that the idea of telepathy is not studied in higher academia currently. It's seen as somewhat pseudoscience, but I do think that there is a lot to the study of telepathy that perhaps has been done um, in non-mainstream ways, and we see it done with animals quite often. Everything from echolocation of bats, if you don't consider that to be a type of non-verbal communication or non-sound communication, or at least some type of sonar or using non-standard ways of communication to just packs of wolves and how they can communicate. And, there are some strange feelings that you can get when you're around some people, and these may be primitive ways that we're interpreting some type of energy. And I really think that's a key point in this is energy. What ways we're able to perhaps interpret energy of ourselves and also I think of other species. There are people out there who feel that they have a connection with their animals, like a dog, a cat, or something like that, and almost like the dog or cat can communicate to them just by a look or even without a look, just the mere sense that they're there. And I feel that what really prevents us from being able to study this is a tool to be able to measure brain waves of both the animal and the human with any type of accuracy. But I think probably within the next century, we will find that humans are able to communicate some information, perhaps telepathically, and animals as well. And also, there may be some way of communication between animals and humans through telepathic means. There are things called voice of God weapons. I don't know if anybody's heard of these, but essentially, they are ways that militaries can communicate with people without having any sound be emitted, yet voices are heard within the person's skull. And these are something that are not really well um, understood in the mainstream, but in the clandestine world are used for perhaps certain advantages on different populations. But essentially, what I'm saying is that you can use energy to be able to communicate with people without any sound being made. And
Everything you have said to us, have you heard about DK?
oh, absolutely, 100%. Yeah, this is. Uh, Yeah, so if you're not familiar with what MK Ultra is, this was a series of experiments, and it was a program run by the CIA, specifically from the early 1950s until the early 1970s. So for about 20 years, it was driven a lot by the fears of the Soviet Union during the Cold War. But some of the things that were experimented were high levels of LSD, on individuals, brainwashing techniques on individuals. If anyone here has ever heard of the Unabomber, Ted Kaczynski, he's actually an extremely intelligent man at Harvard University who was part of these MK Ultra experiments, and there have certainly been, in fact, his brother even claimed as well that there perhaps was manipulation of his of him psychologically to perhaps either put blame on him or have him run some of the the events that he was blamed for. Other things that were used: MDMA, mescaline, hallucinogens. Basically, trying to find a truth serum. That was a really important aspect of this program. Is there a drug out there that will allow you to be able to go to the enemy and get all of their secrets? other things, psychological torture. There was um, things like sleep deprivation and like repetitive sounds in a room on people. I mean, really, this is a terrible thing that the United States did, um, and was brought to light during something called the Church Committee that came before Congress in the 1970s that brought a lot of this information into the public. And it was supposed to have ended because many of the subjects were unwitting. They didn't know what was happening to them. This was done a lot on college students and also the people who may be feeble or maybe were in a mental institution. uh, so, as I understand, the CIA director at the time, in 1973, Richard Helms, ordered the destruction of much of the materials that were gleaned from this program. So we don't have all of the information that was actually um, uh, understood. But once the public became aware of this, there was a lot of pushback that these types of programs needed to end. Did they end? No, they didn't. They just were had the names changed on them and continued in other ways and on other populations, not just in the United States, also in Canada. McGill University was a major area, in addition to Harvard University and some of the other upper echelon academic institutions in North America. And really, while many may say MK Ultra is done, it just basically, in my opinion, adapted. So, in answer to your question, that's what MK Ultra is. Does that answer your question? Before we go, can you repeat that about the what? So I didn't know what you were saying. So Polybius is now what I know what you're referencing. So this is a game. I just didn't understand what you were saying. I I know that there is some legitimacy perhaps to these types of psychological warfare being waged on the American public. For those of you who don't know, this is essentially a there's some legitimacy to it, perhaps, but it may be an urban legend of an arcade game that appeared in Portland, Oregon in 1981. And basically, this was supposed to cause people amnesia, insomnia, night terrors, those kinds of things through this video game. There's not a lot known about it. I mean, to my knowledge, Fuego, if you know more about it, please fill us in. But um, I can tell you from my knowledge of these clandestine organizations, they'll stop at nothing. I mean, there's a famous phrase of one of the CIA directors. Um, I I want to make sure I get the right one. I believe his last name. Go ahead. Sure. Go ahead. Well, to some extent, I probably don't. I'm not an expert in it. If you'd like, I I would be privileged if you could expound upon your question because I am not an expert in this. Well, that's certainly a fascinating take. I have heard some similar theories or hypotheses in regards to Skynet, just the idea that AI eventually will be intelligent enough to know who aided it in its development and may perhaps punish those people who did not aid it or did what they could to actually prevent its development. Um, these are all certainly theories that could come to fruition, especially when you get into the idea of mind uploading technology. Many people might say, hey, once I die, and that's it, and that's fine. Though there may be ways to revivify a once dead individual, but with the development of mind uploading technology, where the brain can be scanned like a CAT scan or an MRI, knowing where every atom is in the central nervous system and peripheral nervous system for later download, that you perhaps could take this data and put it into some type of system that could potentially punish someone into perpetuity. With the idea of the Earth moving closer to the sun, is this because of the sun's expansion? Because I mean that okay, and that would be consistent with general physics. As I understand it, sun will eventually expand to the point where its diameter actually extends past what Earth's orbit currently is. Long before that event occurs, we will be fried essentially on this planet. So we will eventually have to get off world. So perhaps there may be some type of way that we will have some type of simulation where some entities may feel that they want to punish people who may not have acted in the correct manner. That I don't know. This is certainly a fascinating hypothesis, and I appreciate you contributing it.
There's something else I was going to ask you here. It's something in the question the same, not the same theory, but like it's the correlation, like the same kind of
Absolutely. And in just to revert back just for a moment, I was trying to think of a CIA director who had a. There's a famous quote attributed to him, which is, "We'll know our disinformation program is complete when everything the American public believes is false." And this, to me, is a very scary idea that maybe perhaps the CIA was founded in the late 1940s for the sole purpose as to be a complete disinformation or misinformation entity, and is not for what it was originally intended to do, which was essentially to be the foreign intelligence arm of the United States, basically a foreign entity to complement the domestic entity of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, the FBI. And it's quite scary. I mean, this is one of the reasons why President Kennedy allegedly wanted to break the Central Intelligence Agency into 1,000 pieces, and why he perhaps, or it may be related to why he was assassinated November 22nd, 1963. I don't know. I don't know the absolute answers for this, but when you do have some of the torture programs that the CIA has run, certainly things like waterboarding and sleep deprivation, it, there are a lot of uh, red flags that certainly arise, and we don't really know too much about how it goes about with many of its tactics. The only way to really get any information is regarding FOIA, making FOIA requests, and it's very easy for any entity to say, due to national security concerns, we cannot provide that information, and we have to be, as American citizens or just citizens of the world, satisfied with that answer. I never have been. I quote President Kennedy, or at least take his words in a free and domestic, a free and democratic society. Secrecy is an enemy, and that's just those are just kind of my beliefs, and I feel that free exchange of information is beneficial. I'm certainly not an expert on it enough to be able to give a learned response.
Rabbi,
100%. I'm there right now. Absolutely. Come to my Discord. The Discord link's in my profile. I'm live 24/7 in there. I'm live 24/7 in there. And for anyone who really is interested in what I do, I want one person in here. I'll ask this one person who knows who I am, knows that I'm a live streamer, knows that I'm not pulling a scam on anybody. Go to my YouTube link in my profile. Click it. Look how many live streams I have going right now. It's really unbelievable. I want somebody to click on it, see what I'm doing, and be like, whoa, Rabbi is right. He's live on like 20 different streams right now. You can see, you can hear this conversation that happened there. If you want to talk to me even further, my Discord link's in my name. Come there. I'm live 24 hours a day. The current call I have going in that VC in my stream is like 4,706 hours, and the only reason why it's not longer is because Discord had an outage actually. So I have like the longest VC call going on Discord right now. I'm always available to you. I want to help you. I want to be able to get to the bottom of some of the secrets of the world. So, anyone who wants to connect with me, please join my Discord. But somebody look at my YouTube link in my profile and see how many streams I have going right now. It's really unlike anything you've ever seen before.
They don't get out at all. So we'll talk about that every day.
Always been. Like I said, the undisputed number one live podcast for the world. He's coming to WrestleMania.
Last year
first year prankster of all time. It's going to be awesome. In all of Sugarland. Michael Gonzalez, Raul Vallejo, Carlos Sosa, Raul Vallejo, Fernando Castillo, Carlos Sosa, John Dees. That right there is the great D Madness, everybody. Matt Mueling on the electric. We got this place. It's very, very exciting. Before we get started, here's a little bit more from the amazing sponsors that made it all possible. I gotta ask, Houston, Texas, are you guys ready to start tonight's fucking show? My favorite state in the United States of America. Holy shit, what a beautiful day. 80 degrees and sunny. Tonight's guests, two of my favorite human beings in the world, two of the greatest Tony guests of all time. Very hard to book this show on a Saturday night when everybody that touches the show is a sellout theater act. But I did the Lord's work for you as I present to you multiple time over. Without a doubt, arguably statistically, the greatest guest in Tony history and the first ever regular in Tony history. Tonight's guests, ladies and gentlemen, are Adam Ray and Ken Condon.
There's a lot of blacks in this. This year. How many Tiempo fans do you have out there? Colorado, you guys ever been to Colorado? Alright, so you guys know how this show works. Everybody, I put your name on the button, you get 60 seconds on interrupting. Another time is like the silent kid. That means they have to wrap it up then, or else they bring out the angry party. They all said it. Mantras. You're gonna wrap it up then, or else you bring out the angry mantra from there. And this is a very special show because since we've been in Texas for 5 years now, we have accumulated many cumulative winners from the city of Houston, Texas. And tonight, we're going to go regular first
Give me one down.
show with the preview and for us is one of our elite goaltending winners from Houston, Texas. The guys got down at the way with this 21
What's his name? Yeah, thank you.
So starting tonight's show, Houston's own Enrique Chacon.
This guy's so funny.
My girlfriend, when I met her, she was way out of my league, so I found out everything I could about her, man. I found out that she was really into animal rescue, so 2019 fucking bro, rescued 34 kids, bro, fuck it. Sometimes you have to say the kitty eat the kitty, that's what I was doing. Say I wasn't keen to her, man. I have an Australian cattle dog and two dog. I like to use that dog for small talk with older white guys on like a tractor supply. I tell them I have a baby there, and they're like, oh my granddad. That's a very intelligent dog. That's a very hard-working dog. Have a beautiful moment. Suddenly they remember that their granddad wouldn't like him talking to me, and that's the end of the conversation. Thank you. Tony Hitchens, I love you, York. How are you, my friend? How does it feel? It's the biggest president of one of the Texas is, bro. It's looking pretty fucking beautiful. Somebody really Texas in the house. Southwest Houston is a beautiful place where everybody stays where no matter what ethnicity you are. That's why whenever I moved to like Austin and started doing comedy, I had to like train myself and tell my brothers and get when I was snapping rubber bands. On my legs. But yeah, that's my hood, man. That's where I grew up. And yeah, I don't know what the difference is that well. I know I was able to get to my dance to the show because I said it's in Sugarland. And he's like, oh, where did you go? I fucking anywhere. I'm fucking understand, bro. I'm visiting. Sugarland took care of me, bro. What's up? Well, you know, a lot of straight guys say pussy, Tony. That's not what's making you fat. You know, eggs, chicken eggs, bro. Chocolate candy eggs, the fucking Cadbury eggs, the little chocolate eggs. You know, a place that you need to visit, though, Tony, is visit. You gotta go to visit that. Don't walking green. Cincinnati is the best neighborhood in Texas.
might as well get your dick sucked, you know? It's
So what does that say? Shut are really those
I'm gonna go to Southwest. I'm gonna go between this and Southwest Houston so that it's 88 work well in my kids. So I have a plan.
يقرأ الشمائل
Such a fun set.
يقرأ الشمائل قلت لهم من الشمال
So that shit got me terrified, Tony. Yeah, it really does. Because I have something called the Pakistan, which means that I'm a celebrity immigrant. You know, there's only 2,500 of us. Fuck it.
why should we shut up outright?
You know, I'm prepared for the consequences. That's why I'm trying to camouflage myself. I don't even drink Modelo's anymore. Love it, Tony. I'm drinking Bush Light, bro. I'm like some of these River Oaks white guys, bro. What the fuck?
Says
Is there any other way to this? You know, I'm reciting the 10 Amendments, Tony. The 10 Amendments say
the show was like
you have the right to eat. I look like Lizzo's waiter, bro. What's up, fuck? What's up,
shut up.
Sometimes people get a little bit shy in front of such big group of people. So I'm gonna try my hardest to find out crazy shit about your first fucking uninterrupted sex. Goes by the name of Lawrence. Please ensure everybody here comes back to twist and learning the fucking
Now again, obviously,
so I was hanging out with my girlfriend last week. Started taking her clothes off. She was like, Max, you look like a kid in a candy store. I said, babe, it's not you. I was like, kid in a candy store. Yeah. Just kidding. I don't have a girlfriend.
Alright, let's go back there.
I can't keep my girlfriend, alright? They don't feel safe because I'm totally free. I mean, I can't even fight off a little heavy. It sucks, right? Like someone brings donuts to work. I can't have any. Apple fritter. Straight to the shit. Being gluten-free is so depressing. Every time I even think about using a toaster, I'm taking a bath. Guys, my therapist said I need an outlet. How old are you, Max? I'm 27. I don't even have chest hair.
Yo, how are you?
Me neither. I'm 41.
Oh, fine.
What's good, son? How'd you find out about me?
Yeah.
How'd you find out about me?
Yeah, I was at the escort. Yeah, I was at the pizza. I was listening to a conversation earlier.
Oh, word, dog. Yeah. And you sent me a message.
Yeah, I sent you a prayer request.
Oh, okay. Let me make sure I follow you back. Yeah. Okay, so let me just make sure I understand who you are, what you do. You're Isaac Mash, and I am following you back. Okay. So you are in the cryptocurrency, and all right. So let me send you a message that will kind of give you everything I tell you is free. but I want you to read it through, and it should make a lot of sense to you. You've already done some of the things that I advised in this message, which is like join my Discord. So if you would go look at the message that I'm gonna send you four messages. There, three of them are really long, so it'll take you a little bit to read through them. But once you're done, then I want you to let
I'm
me
listening to you. I'm listening.
yeah, let me know what you think. And I mean, it should be good advice for you to be able to expand your network and get a job and all the other good things that there are to do in life. So, read through the message. Go to your Twitter messages and read through the four messages that I sent you. Three of them are really long. One of them shorter. One of them just kind of a concluding one. And then let's talk. Then you let me know what's going on. Okay. Make sure that it makes sense to you.
Okay, no problem, Rabbi.
Why not allow the sun to come like in sky? So rising
Sorry, hello?
Yes, sir.
down there.
Rabbi,
Yes.
Yeah, down there.
are you gonna send it now?
I already sent it. Go look at your messages in Twitter.
Okay, no problem. I'll get back to you now.
I'll wait right here, and you let me know if it makes sense.
Alright, no problem. I'll get back to you. Let me go and check out that.
You got it.
Ama beğenseler yani biliyorsa sonuçta ben şahsiyim ve onun şöyle yaptı. Açıkça şey tamamen tanıdım. Masa yaşlı bak yüzü kaldı. It's sunset sky so those are the factors. When the sun currently works, as the sun goes down gradually, people know, right? Workers know. There's workers there is coming to and traveling know. But they only have a certain amount of daylight left. If the sun were to set while it's in the sky, this would curtail the workday. This would be a problem with the workday. This would be the problem with the travelers. Therefore, I'm trying to allow to allow people to work, and in order to allow people to travel, allows the sun to continue across the sky and set more gradually in the west. So the sun setting in the west number one, allows sun to longer, and number two, it allows the maximum amount of time for travelers to live. So also what it tremendous specificity. What does it control for one to maximize? What does that maximize the time for? Working and traveling. There's a strong ones only on everything for us to work hard and to work for a family possible and to maximize our hours of productivity. Otherwise, the sun would set in the sky. The whole reason why the sun travels from east to west and sets gradually the whole reason is to give us more hours in the day to work, to give us more hours in the day to travel. What is it to travel? I'm at location A, I want to get to location B. Life is all about the travel. Life is all about the journey. Life is all about moving ourselves forward. And if we're trying to maximize the focus of what's more than anything for us is to work. Because it wants us operating at a slower, it wants us maximizing our day. Something like your career, like your career material and maximizes the rate at the same time. Incredible. All we have to do is show it in a second. These are profound questions. Something that says, by the way, when does that mean when does the show it in the body? Which body is the gives us that is the show. So he asks, when does a person receive their show? Shastikida or Shastika? So I'll say, so that means little again at the beginning of the pregnancy. Now, Rashi points out also again, beautiful Gemara says that when a woman becomes pregnant, so the Malach takes the tipa. The tipa sounds like literally again, pregnancy, but it's embryo, a blast. Okay, good. That blast. So Malach takes this blast and goes ahead and he brings it before I put the spark. And he says, what is this? That's called Kido. Kido. He's like, remember, what is this baby going to? So Antoninus asked Rebbe, when does the baby get his neshama? Is it at that moment, like when it's the blast, or maybe no, when it takes on serum is literally again, it's more of like a full of baby. Like the baby looks like a fetus, looks like a baby. So, it's just all like, he shots serum. So Rebbe says it's from the time that the baby is more well formed. Okay? So all like, so this is pretty sense. Actually, have to push up also, and then she give it to Mela. They have a strafas. So again, it says you can't be, for example, a piece of meat, right? You can't be a piece of meat out for 3 days and it goes so bad. You know, it needs salt, it needs a preservative or so as the Venus was saying was everything that exists is at the surface. So just like meat is salt, so how does the glass, or how does the fetus exist at any point in time without a shama? It must be instead, it must be Allah Bishas Bishra. So the Venus says to Rebbe, it must be that the shama comes is already from the time that it's from the moment of inception. So our Rebbe said, never said Lamdari at the Venus, Rebbe said, so this is Rebbe said, the Venus right. Right? Single, right? And furthermore, there's a pasuk that backs up onto this. What's the pasuk? The Gemara says, the Mishnah Amar, the Secha Shabra. So literally again, so the actually from Shas Kida, the one to the moment of Hala, brings the people, Shlach apart of the Bible, Shabra, like Ruach, usurps, and Ruach keeps. So those are things that they, let's say, the Shabra is given to the show last form. Incredible. Rabbi Anthony Levy. Let me say it's such like that. He's got to still got the Shama. I still got the Shama. So when does it get Haram? So Mishas Sira or Mishas Sira. So interestingly enough, so here's the question is the time that the embryo when the fetus is formed, or is that sinew flesh, or the time the baby comes out of its mother exits its womb. I'm really Mishas Sira. So he says, I responded. When the time that the fetus is formed, you grow, ultimately, and that's when it's eaten out. So I'm going to say this makes sense. One like you want to be able to, and that's the case. It's its way out of its mother. Which also says, you hear this? The big cat eats out of its mother, it keeps its way out of its mother. Which tells us something. What does it eat out of? What does it eat out of? Eats out of causes us to kill. Causes us to kill. The entire Sahara is to bring down boundaries. Like in other words, so the Sahara says, okay, I know that this is us, so I don't care. I don't care. I don't know about that's not happening in Sahara. But here's the interesting idea. The Sahara has a very profound use as well. Because if I somehow am able to take that energy and start channeling it, then suddenly now I have a pocket inside of me that breaks down boundaries, which by the way, can be the most incredible energy of the world. Like everything is not healthy purpose back to power. So again, the thing is it can't be the baby has the sort of its way outward. It must be that it receives the Zara when it comes into this world. Elam Jasiska. Rebbe says, so the Rebbe wants to get a piece out of this is right. You're absolutely right. Right? It must be that the baby sees the one exiting. And we come Messiah, and ultimately end there's a puzzle that supports this social Amar. The Pesach Kratos relates. The Pasuk says that there will be again sin awaits at the entrance. Without, of course, again, this is talking about Kain. This is by Kain. That's a metaphor. That's Kratos always at opening at the entrance of the world. Kratos sin crouches. Needs a heart of that. And also, this is about the focus of our needs a heart focus about ultimately again when we enter this world. And also, this is soul that we just hold. Those are our lives. But what does needs a heart do? So I guess we keep it down with intelligence. But again, I can harness that. I can channel that. What do you do? That will I want to say so sea agua violada se así dale ayo sea yo paso de para mai de la barra One person seems to behave when people come back with all the physical blemishes. The other person seems to think that people come back healed. So let's say one of the questions that we have, so I read yesterday's out, like how do people discuss this clothes, unclothes, so they come back with their injuries, with their blemishes, with their disabilities, like how do people come back? Which the Gemara says, you're right, one thing that only the Jehovah will this way. The reality is we come back again with our wounded, but then we are healed all incredible. I will say now, why not just come back healed? Because again, there's greater appreciation to come back with all of your injuries, right? I come back with all of my broken parts. I come back with all of it. And then it's yes, this is number 12 goes there.
Hello?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Wow. I've gone through all the messages and I'm really impressed and everything you sent from me. God bless you, sir.
You're welcome, my friend. Now go do it, and if you have questions, come back to me and I'll help you, okay?
Okay, sir. I'm gonna go right now. I'm gonna try it and see. I'll get back to you, sir.
Excellent work, my
If there's
man.
any problem,
You just come back
if
here.
there's any problem, I'll let you know.
Excellent. Sounds like a plan, man.
Okay, sir.
You're welcome.
Yeah.
Take care, my friend.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah, thank you very much.
You're welcome, my friend.
Yeah.
So, gee, 1.5 years. My first time was on the show like 3-4 years ago. I'm in Houston now. I'm a developer for supplements. The ones that make you healthier or make you do it. That's what I didn't say.
That's the preliminaries show incredible. Rabbi Rothschild is last time. I know it's the irony of saying the house
It was last year. Yeah, in the last year.
what happened. The house says, little Hashem says, I brought death and I will bring back to life. The house, I rose and I moved here. Because I wrote the song, Nash,
No, it's my ex-girlfriend, yeah.
the other, Nash, the husky, I know.
I was in Florida for 2 years.
My job,
I was living in retirement. The weather was great. It was in the 70s. Just like the people
almost there. Health issues, problems, almost like
just get freaking roasted the whole time.
yes. But again, come back how we were, and then ultimately they get
I'm about to go into another bit. If you say that beforehand, it's very hard to get. I'm half Mexican, and I'm half German. But Mexican has like spice.
again, so I was like I said, remember, I spent right? When they come back,
I took my German hat, and it's my Mexican hat works really spicy. My German hat puts it to that fat right into a gas chamber. Hello, everybody. This podcast is sponsored by ExpressVPN. Going online without ExpressVPN is like driving without a car. My favorite driver will go into people and break these things faster than fake address. Every time you connect, uninsured is tells airports, etc. your online data is not secure. Any hacker on the same trip access doesn't take much technical knowledge to access what smart people organic, great, and you do it. Tony, I love ExpressVPN. I use it when we travel, so I know my data is safe. ExpressVPN access loads prices out. Starting at just $3.49. That's 12 cents a day. From a million years to get past ExpressVPN. Just fire up the app and click one button. Today, expressvpn.com/philtony, Alright, your next bucket pool goes by the name of Jason McFarland. Let's see what happens here. What's it gonna be? Jake, put your hands together for Jake, everybody. Jake I just want to start this by saying I'm 5 years sober and clean from white pussy. Yeah, with our choice, white pussy tastes like nickels. Yeah, that's true. It's February, baby! Yeah, not a lot of black people in here. That's crazy. Yeah, it's February, and as a black man, I'm just gonna tell you, as a black man, I'm doing what? Yeah. I'm out there doing it. I've been eating black pussy. Yeah. And I was actually recently eating some black pussy just a couple days ago. And I was down here in the you know how it is. And I was down there doing my thing. You know? But I was running out of air quick, alright? I come over here and go, she grabs my back and goes, no, replace bitch. I said, oh, fuck it. She was holding it to my head, that's true. Every chance I get. I mean, I'm telling you, when I get done with this, I'm sure there's going to be a lineup. So, you know, I'm looking forward to this.
I have a question. What? If white pussy tastes like
So that is something that I value in this world. And I
Like
strive
cocoa
for
butter
this world.
and
Other some
original
but
weight.
all of us, it really is much more about all about the material, all about the women, all about the stuff, all
I
about
think I
that.
recognize it.
That's what it was like. All of us
About Asian or George Bush. I think if you like Asian women, you're secretly gay. And I don't know, let's play a game. I'll pull up a bunch of trannies from Asia and then just regular Asian women, and we'll find out who's hot and who's not. Alright, let's do it. Come on. I'm just saying, I think we know what's gonna happen. Our boyfriend's gonna look gay. Okay, so is this where the animal is? Anywhere I can. Give us an example of where it's actually. I do a lot of select. I'm a black comedian. I am. I'm a black comedian. I was banned from all white comedy rooms until like 6 months ago. Why? I am a ginger. Man, you really want to know? Jake, yes, I really want to know. We're on a live show. I don't know if you know that there's 7,000 people out there, Jake. I do really want to know the answer to the questions that I want to get the show just after you stand. I know what the answer is. I'll keep it real. I'll keep it real. Stay right here. And I'll give it some no. That's not it. I don't know. I'm not that black. Honestly, I pulled a gun on a guy. Unless we're about that. Yeah. Okay. So I was at a comedy show. It was a black comedy show. I don't have those in all the Austin, but in Houston, it's when you go to a place and everyone's black. You know what I mean? Just pure, unveiled comedy in LA. You know, right? Obviously you do. Right. And I was about to leave, but one of my buddies who had went on the show, he was naked on the show. He got struck by other people. He started crying. Got a little drunk. That was it. Walked out. I was like, well, fuck him, right? But then I thought, you know what? I better
That was the entire essence of Yosef. Right? Yosef, after everything that he had been through and every right to say, forget about this. If I'm not going to go back, I'm going to help the world. But instead, every single brother that comes goes same way. What does it? He takes it and he uses it. That was Yosef. That was Yosef outside. Congratulations. Allah is beautiful. Allah is Rabbi Rothschild. So good. Allah is supposed to be wow. Was there ever teach a story in this world? So much.
Just be safe. You should be very safe.
Yeah, by the way, what is that? What's that question? What's more than Haba? What is it? It's more than Haba. Over time. It's all over Haba. Let's get era. Either way. Either is. I don't say that.
My girlfriend says I don't make an eye contact.
All the Haba as well.
It's not even true. I think a lot of eye contact during sex is just myself. Not like a narcissistic way. I just like the mentality that comes from my
I feel like we'll be able to move faster, right? I know we're able to move faster, but here's the show. How incredible is that? So you know that you should have mind. That's it says. Okay, so at least have to like that. That's how we better. So it's a stammer. We're going to take down the Yola. Amaraba. Yeah, it's what's the other sensation. Anyway, so you guys nice, right? I don't know if there's any other. Try to bring so many writers for a cast, right? This is now like one and a half lot. Right, so 1.5 lot is right that again for first of all, get the notion of scarcity is such incredibly important. So tomorrow wants to find as many shortages. That's the thing that goes. If you remain valiosos, moving the little is one of that question. As I see, if you remain valiosos, no, not actually. Sorry. So some rock. Yeah, for the box. If you remain valiosos, if you remain valiosos, moving in this world, valiosos will not die. You know, here. The Rabbi Mishem and must offer the achievement. Able to fight over the able to fight the fight. So it's incredibly enough. A number of these things from the are actually spices right? So many of those who sleep in the earth will wake back up. Some will become some degradation. But actually, I'm not actually here. The act of living gates, and up, I'm only going to now all of us again. Go to your place and rest, but stand right literally again, return the door, allow me to return to your destiny at the end of the day. Because it's actually
there's like snapping.
we actually see it. This only sort of thing that we say after right before we have people ever walk back to the shore, walk back to the line, we actually say it's not what we do. Many of the real life stressing is however, behind is shamanic is a sport of us. So when you know how any of the earth is flawed. Or and that was that was mean with the gentle types. Gentle type, not together.
They're like your friend, right?
Fire groups don't have enough. But that was such a person like this. So mental that support all the Abba as well. I will say,
And I have one already.
All the money is Russian. Best area. Like most of the guys when they should have. Should have our Ibrahim is making the Baba. We might be going there. Over there.
To be honest, I'm on edge right now. When you came out, I was like, wow. But you look like a nice doctor. Like, just from scratch.
Wisdom is great. Why? Because it's even
I would bring the girl, but I would
so for better. But that is between the two things of Hashem. Hell, Deus, Hashem. Because you see that Deus is when you call hell and Hashem. Of course, that's incredible.
And it's not like an airplane.
Also, Gadol Mikdash. It's an ancient speech. It's an ancient also. It's also Hashem. Mikdash. Mikdash is sandwich between two names of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Maski Be'Rabba. Maski Be'Rabba. Kakila Elone Akla Gidol Nekama. Shinita Ben Shnei Osios. Oh, good example. The Nekama vengeance. Vengeance is also great.
Oh my God, men are so confident.
Kill, like because it says like common colors, such as all the colors of the art. So like we will say like right. By the way, vengeance has its place. Absolutely. Vengeance as much as we always think about vengeance as a negative thing. Vengeance is not a negative thing. Sometimes vengeance is very powerful, very appropriate. Stay home fast, hello, so why do I need two revelations so far? Right? Revelation. Why two revelations? That doesn't say revelation clause. That's just as a words. But it's a comment clause. So it's like two revelatory moments. So what is that? Akos limita tobon, akos limita moros. So one ultimately I get a little thing because of vengeance, So vengeance from the God will be peace good. Let's take the vengeance to make or those things that sometimes it's hard. Sometimes vengeance is good. Sometimes vengeance is in our favor, especially those things that outcome those who oppress us. But sometimes vengeance has a shot. So I'm going to call the chief of the animals. Any person who has tail, who has wisdom, can manipulate this which was Shazam, right? Shazam image deals, Shazam image deals, again, set apart. They are Hashem, now what that means, any person who has tail, is that back to back device, underlying it back with, after you get an improved definition of what's okay, yeah, give it a few minutes. I don't know what actually, I don't know for other sheesh, okay, other so any person has there, that's before the other shit, I'll say that for any person who's not there, any person who's not there, all things again, can't go ahead and give your brother something that doesn't have there. And I say, what's the shot? What's the shot? What's there? What is like the most basic aspect? When people come on till Tony, are the Asian, right? So I first sometimes she's like, I want to be Tony. I'm like, all right, you can be Tony. So I'll be eating pussy, right? Before you get down the time, you still gonna hit the fucking button for money. Like, what the fuck? I know you were 10 fucking years. I mean, you don't take it fucking right. Everybody I'm laying around. That's my time. What's right and what's wrong, and to make the right decisions in life. Every 4 years now has a possibility to meet that recession. And failure to do so is only one insurance. That's good. And that's like Chazal say, somebody doesn't have more, don't have that person. Why? Because they're hurting themselves. So you're not a victim of anything. They're hurting themselves. Somebody doesn't have bail, they're give them bail. Right? Why? Because you are and if they don't have that, you're enabling them to continue on that there's a people that says here, as I was saying, any person who has day off, I need in this world to be successful. have no, let's pressure, let's trade, let's panic, let's hold that shit, let's hold, let's mutter, let's hustle, let's hold, let's try. And the rest of the fire right now, as long as I have Dale, and you and I went back and forth with shit ton of messages on Facebook about that. Dale, number one, if I don't have Dale, it's my fault. If I don't have Dale, it's my fault. Like, yeah, let's do this shit. Yeah, look it up, Brandon Brown in your phone. I'll take your word for it. That's how he goes to side. I don't know what else. Let's see if you can change it. Somewhere in that. That's how I get. You give your rights to what's in there. You give it yourself why? Because you are enabling someone to continue down the road path of shenanigans. Lots of the fun I've seen in the surf like that, but they much at least switch their mind. I am going to love you. That's not what I'm going to love. Follow the shit go down. Stuff is over. Person doesn't have down. Hold for the exile. She's on the first slide. Right? If I don't have Dale, chances are I won't be able to hold this up. When I get to this, like, there's a reason why God is simple as that. How
many times do you make her meow in bed?
Oh, I'm very good at that. Like,
do you have any special percentages? No, I usually have bottom because you're a bad back.
Really, that? Can't go for it. Can't go for it. Can't go for it. Be one to share, maar dat vind ik wel aan jullie die dat van dat verwijzen in de regio, dus wel dat het wel is op pas wat ze willen doen. Dat is het. Anyhow, words of Torah are not heard in that place. Anyone which is not tolerating a ish of us, fire will consume. Shinar, of Oshak, Collins, Love, Fire, Ish, of Yara, Suida, all that. They Suida, Papa, is a house, Shinar, Suida, Shashem, Parade. But fine, what is that mean? Anyone which tolerates us, I have like half the feeling that I had before, so I got pretty strong. Especially as I tells us very show. Everybody has the obligation to no chance. Even if it's just for a couple of days, it's not really good. But in addition to that, first of all, has to live in a house. First of all, have to live in a house. So, like, we went out every day. My wife should see her husband learning Torah. Children should see their father learning Torah. Also, my host should see me learning Torah. What's this shot that the girl says over there? Every home which together we have like fires. Right. So it's a medical.
Any other crazy stories
that's
from
like life was almost a medical.
Okay, so my favorite is right.
Gold dice, shame, different words. Right. So any form, which Torah is not for this, any form, where things are one down, like Torah stops. Torah stops. Like the Lord just was teaching light love. Right. So it's like because the whole thing that connects both ways. Torah, just understand. And I had to act the little fire. Fire is also destructive. Destructive force.
I have that ability too.
First thing that can stop spirituality is the fire of circumstances. Stay power of the force. Stay power of anything. Is connection to the force. So even during the light of periods of life, there is power in my life. I will be safe without the effects of the first, if in the moment that difficulty set in, the first thing that goes is
so much fun.
Congratulations,
you got to do it. Right now,
fire
the show. Here's a big joke, man.
I'm being autistic, so technically I'm a double minority. But because I'm white, it just levels out. Dude, I'm bisexual. That kind of sucks. You know what I mean? 'Cause I feel like bisexual is gayer than being gay. You know, 'cause when you're bi, that means that you like dick and pussy, right? So if you choose some dick over pussy, that's gay. That's really gay. But I'm autistic and bitches love autism dick. I be stimming in they shit, you know? I'm like, damn, bitch, this is giving me a sensory overload right now. I'm in all of like, so when you store alert files, do you use Dropbox or OneDrive? I'm really bad at Netflix and chilling because I always just want to pay attention to the movie, you know? I'm like, babe, stop sucking my dick. This is the scene where Michael King becomes the founder. Amazing. You're hilarious. I want you to like see it. I'm coming up on my third year in April. Yeah, all of it here in Houston. Yes, sir. I love it. What part of town do you live in? I'm over in West Chase right now, but I was on the show before, and I mentioned I grew up in the FOMO, Ingersolls. Okay. You're like if Mike Jones sucked on mountains. Yeah. Amazing. That's one of my favorite. There's a lot of gay autistic comedians. He came out with energy, act outs, and kept everybody's attention. Guns ablazing, absolutely incredible. Question for you: who's blaming? That's what I ask myself. I don't want Gen Z, but I don't, I'm reformed from TikTok. How old are you, McKinsey? I am 23. 23 years old. What are the kids up to nowadays? Like, other than fucking any suits. All the ones I know just hang out for salmon open mics and shit. Yeah. What's the most, what do you think is the most autistic thing about it? What's like the everybody has a thing. Some are good at chess, some are good at numbers, this, that. Honestly, I feel like I got fucked on the autism thing. I feel like I'm just like depressed, lazy autistic. Like, what are the superpowers you were hoping to obtain? I don't know. Being able to just have like one of those cool library brains that just knows a bunch of shit. I find my brains like my brain on drugs, but I'm better now. I was hella really? Yeah. Adderall. I did DMT on stage one time. That's cute. I can't imagine you've never seen like a nerd eating coke before. Yeah, and I was. It wasn't cool. What were you doing? Getting drunk in your house or whatever? Yeah, just doing open mics for 3 people and shit, Wow. I swear to God, when it came out, I thought you were a woman. I'm not gonna lie, I'm still not sure. I lived as a woman for a year. You can tell. It's not a joke. Yeah, no, I believe it. She actually did a couple Netflix special that's Anna Gadsby, Everybody Alive. So tell us about the by the way, this is actually right now, we're all gonna die. The big chickens and shit have the fucking estrogen, You got the estrogen from the chickens. I don't know. I'm trying to fix it. Give it some time. But no, I had pink hair. I worked at a comic book store. I was just the happiest I ever was, actually. When you were, tell us what you were doing to be a woman, though. Putting on a dress. Hot Topic, clearance sales. You're working at Hot Topic? No, but I'm buying from Hot Topic. I'm on. What would you buy exactly? Skirts.
Pardon me.
taking edibles, and I just was on an edible, and I had this ego death that was insane, and I was like, wow, I'm kind of ugly as a woman.
I wish we could send that exact clip to every fucking taxi around the world right now. Yeah, no, it's good. Keep them in mind at the same time. It's just contaminating everybody. Tell us, how do you think you were led down that path? You have liberal parents?
I mean, they kind of let me run for yeah, I was homeschooled. I never went to high school, but I have a diploma that says certified improv badass, so that's something. No, I did 2 years of improv for it,
Biggest thing about it.
Yeah.
Amazing. So, what's your preference in achieving your
What kind of person are you? 75, 25? I honestly, my pets. Pets. What do you mean with pets? Not into like sexually? No. Yeah. I'm a meerkat. AI told me I'm a meerkat.
Oh my god, he now identifies as a meerkat. Okay, let's go back to the question. Where are we at? 50-50?
Honestly, my track record is mostly women, but I have probably fooled around with 2 guys and I've had 1 boyfriend.
First of all, let's give credit to the Blau. What the fuck from the Houston man? Sounded like he drives a truck for a living. All the way through until the kid goes, I have 1 boyfriend. What the fuck? I mean, you can Muslims and all, but Jesus Christ, Savior, you don't fucking election things.
You keep that tism and that female haircut out of my cul-de-sac.
Like my burger game. I'm gonna have to drive to Southwest Houston just straight the N-word and feel everything. Was there a woman in the gays that you said was thinking of like, tell us about his boyfriend.
He actually came on the show one time. His name was Jackson Navy.
Nobody cares about that. Tell us about your boyfriend.
That was him. It was fine. It was okay. I have a girlfriend now. I like it better.
Tell us why you like it better.
Well, something softer about women.
It almost seems like that's what your biology wants.
Yeah, right.
Turns out we're all natural human animals. My goodness gracious. What was it? The first dick you ever had? Let's go back to that.
The first thing I ever sucked was black.
This black dick sucked. How exactly does that happen? Where you just shit and forced it in your head?
Yeah, I thought if he had like Magic the Gathering cards, that they would be like kind of like not
You were playing Magic with a black guy?
No,
The Magic Johnson?
I just thought if he had the cards, it would be like it wouldn't be that, but it was big, and I ended doing a good probably.
When you say you didn't do a good probably, what exactly do you mean? Sir, hold your what the fuck? I'm gonna go get another drink before this answers that question.
Give me a Mike's Hard Lemonade. I don't care if he's on 90. Twisted teas are called tweez, maybe tweet, whatever.
When you say you probably didn't do a good job, what exactly do you mean?
I just feel like I remember like half-assed it, you know, like it was too like, oh, like, ooh,
Red Hat Trophy probably means 100. You think your teeth might be headed in. He was the name of the black Trophy Jenkins, wide receiver, University of Alabama. Number 34, Trophy Jenkins, wide receiver. Amazing stuff. Mackenzie You are doing such a fucking good job. Great answers, great interview, great segment, right, man? Never lost that. How about you on the secret show? Hell yeah, dude. You're both on a Thursday. Tonight was a bisexual 23-year-old let the record show. That guy will catch any type of Thank you so much. One more time for Heidi. Wow, everybody. Every time she gets a little too gay up here, we bring them up here to remind us all what we're into. Right after you're done picturing a boy giving it to the quote-unquote fat black mom, Heidi and Bill are here to remind us all that we're straight. Here we are, two fucking fools. Now I present to you yet another boy born and raised on the outskirts of Houston, Texas. You know him very well. While never officially being a Golden Ticket winner or a regular, he became famous for being funny off stage and then starting comedy on Golzoni and then growing non-stop. And now he's to the point where he's headlining all over the country. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for Houston's own Uncle Laser. Jason T-shirt, just throwing ass. Hardware Xavier George Strait. You ain't live till you see somebody pop their pussy and be able to run my board, and I tell you what. Category, Georgia's the biggest category for Georgia's one around and can't run shirts. Said, oh, I believe a gay barbecue stains on it. Look like a fairy dog looking for a goddamn slice of brisket. I just drunk out there last night, stacked up with this crazy. I said, where are you from, baby? She said, I'm from the Bayou, Louisiana Bayou. I said, fucking Buffalo Bayou. That's where you're from. You're from fucking. But there I am in the back of the folks. Okay. Cut that gig and fucking lock seat back. And she goes, baby, don't make me pussy fart. I said, do what? He said, you don't make that pussy fart. I said, keep your fucking voice down. Keep your voice down. I said, what you asked me? She goes, you don't make this pussy a shit. I text my mom. I said, hey, I'm at the Houston Livestock Show. Really, I need you to come get me real quick. You're gonna have to come get me. Hey, since you're ready, you make pussy fart. Strong and solid type of like that. Sounds like you made that pussy fart. What that sound like? No, that ain't it. That ain't it. You need to see Dr. Leslie again. You got that here make a pussy fart. What that sound like? I go to Dallas, ladies and gentlemen. I look like Tommy Brown. Very, very awesome. Great stuff. Tell the people watching the podcast around the world what you're talking about the Houston Rodeo, which is an annual super weekend. It just happens to be great. They got Indians, Mexicans, blacks, white, pretending like country dressed up, pretending to know what they're doing during the rodeo. It's fun, man. It's from the afternoon. By the park. It's great, man. I did the little elementary kids draw art shit. You can beat already. I bought a horse there last year. What the fuck, guys? Enjoy yourself right now. Wow, Sue. Texas, Louisiana. Like, this we know language. So like that means fuck her so hard that a bunch of air gets in there.
Yeah, so like the proper nomenclature is queens. Decided so start you first. I feel like we put to man.
What time is granted? Doctor, just don't get no better. Look at this group. Miss Aquarius.
What is that? You heard about that LaGuardia Airport?
Yes, ma'am.
That is sad, man. And then all these cancellations with delays and stuff. Looking at the blog, still they was going from Florida. They had to drive. I went to from Florida, Orlando, Florida, to Buffalo, and then they had to go back to flow home. They had to get a rental car from the which car they bags was sent to Buffalo instead of LaGuardia. So they had to get like 2 in the hotel, and then get a rental car. And then they had to stay. They drove home. They had to drive to Buffalo to get their bags from the airport, and they drove home. That's crazy.
That's why. Now, I heard what you said. They drove from Orlando to Buffalo because of what happened at LaGuardia. Were these friends of yours?
No, it's not from LaGuardia. No, it was on YouTube. It's a blogger.
Oh, a blogger.
She does a cruise. She was doing a cruise. She's not doing it no more. Stop. Her name is Jordan or something like that. I don't know. Her name is Jordan. Stop. I can't say her last name. They was on vacation in Orlando they lived in LaGuardia Airport. So this is way before this happened last night. So they've been there for a whole week. Her dad was doing baseball for them. So I think they left yesterday or something like that, trying to get on the plane, but their bags had already went on, and then they had delays. So they wasn't gonna get on to like there ain't no wind. So that's how it happened. They got nothing to do with that. They didn't have nothing to do with that LaGuardia Airport stuff. They've been at Atlanta Airport for a whole week.
Oh wow.
I mean, they've been at Atlanta for a whole week. Yeah.
Hartsfield?
No, I said Orlando.
Oh yeah, you did. What am I talking about? Yeah, not Atlanta. Yeah, no, I know you.
Yeah, Orlando. MCO.
I gotcha. Okay.
MCO is Orlando's airport. I know because I used to work at the acronym for some of them.
Did you work at Hartsfield?
When I used to push wheelchairs.
And you met T.I.
Yeah, and Queen Latifah.
Oh, dude. Oh, how was Queen Latifah?
She was trying to meet her, but I spoke to her. I was in the wheelchair when I was a passenger. And I was just looking back. She was right behind me. I just looked back and I said, there is Queen Latifah. So first time she didn't hear me. And I said, what's that, Queen? And she raised, she said, hey. Yeah.
Very cool.
She was right behind me.
Very cool. I know. He's got a thing for you, Miss Aquarius.
Well, I think you're going to get beat up if you don't stop that nasty boy.
All right.
Not necessary to be going in on people. And you just got to, it's just y'all beat, y'all too. All the men that asked, I think, was about verses or something. Or it could be deeper than that, I don't know. But you ain't got to put everybody in. Like, even though Beyonce mom just was defending time. And he wants to go all in on her. Like, this is between you and T.I. You ain't have no business. They going to go on and try to this Tiny. Tiny ain't had nothing to do with that. She ain't saying that. 50 Cent got some issues, Rabbi. He really do.
Let's see here. Curtis Jackson. Gotta
get
his stuff together. Curtis Jackson, when you watch this stream in the future, you need to calm the F down, according to Miss Aquarius and according to Rabbi. All right, Miss Aquarius, you ready?
Yeah, I'm ready. You need to calm down. Is he doing?
You know it's bad when Miss Aquarius is getting after you, Mr. Jackson.
And then I heard that he lost against his ex-wife. He had to pay us some money for something, something. That's crazy. Like, well, you better get your stuff together. They said that's what he do, though. He just go in on everybody, you know. Why you just don't rap? Why you just got to go in? Put the words on paper.
Nice spare. He's making documentaries now, isn't he?
I don't know what he's doing, but him just to go in on people, just got to attack people for no reason.
Give me this. So you what? He had some hits. Tell you what, he had some hits back in the day.
Yeah, well, all that stuff he would take people. Why you can't put that stuff on paper?
I don't know.
That don't make sense, Rabbi.
You would figure he was shot, what, 9 times? You would think that he'd have his stuff figured out, not to cause beef.
Right. And then you gotta put T.I.'s wife in y'all beef. Like, that lady ain't had nothing to do with that. Then you want to go in on Tina, you just take it up for them, like. She think Beyonce they're gonna say something about it. You know, they ain't finna do. They got other stuff to do. That just don't make sense. I'm like, well, you better get your stuff together. But I'm gonna look at them. We do it too much. But I know King, their son, said something about it. So I said, he ain't got nothing to do with that. He said, he's gonna stay out of it.
Is this T.I.'s son is King?
Yeah. Yeah, he's gonna say somebody's mom. Say somebody's mom. I don't even know what was said. I don't know. I don't know what was said. I just know that he attacked her.
Nice strike.
Thank you. Hi, welcome in.
Yeah. Good morning.
Hello.
You'll
Yeah,
be
I'm
good.
good. Are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Fine. Where you from?
I'm from America. So Rabbi, be with you in just a minute, okay?
That's right.
With me.
That's right. You
Yeah.
get it,
Yeah,
Miss
I'm ready to
Aquarius.
see you happy.
Miss
I'm
Aquarius.
happy.
That was phenomenal.
Thank
put-
you.
that
Yeah,
put-
you gotta wait just a minute, okay? He's playing a game with you. He's right there. He can just give him a minute, okay?
Okay, I'm ready.
Okay.
Yeah, ready.
Calm down. I'll be with you in a moment, my man.
Okay. What I'm trying to say, I'm done. I'm done.
You're not done. You're not done.
Okay.
So I know you're excited to tell me that you're done. But my man, you're not done. You had 30 different social media platforms to create. How many did you create?
Ow. Not up to 10, but
Okay. Well, you got to do them all, my friend.
okay.
So continue to work on them. If you need help or you have questions, come back to me. But I don't want to, we're not moving on to the next step until you have at least 27 of the 30 done.
Okay.
So just continue to work on them.
Let me go continue.
Absolutely, 100%. Exactly. If you have trouble, that's okay. Move on to the next one.
Alright. No problem.
Excellent, my friend. Miss Aquarius, excellent win.
Yeah. Thank you.
You're welcome.
You good, man. You put the foot down, Rabbi.
Oh, Miss Aquarius, I have this conversation quite often with people. Nice spare.
Thank you.
Basically, here's what I tell people. All these guys come in from Africa, and they're like, hey, I need money. And I say, that's cool. Don't we all? Why don't you market yourself better, and then you can make money by marketing? And they say, okay, how do I do that? So I send them a list of the top 30 different social medias that are available. And I say, create these. Once you create them, you can go into different places and say, hey, I will promote your project on my social media for XYZ amount of money. They say, that sounds great. They get the list. It's got 30 different things on it, which is a lot of work. And it takes a few days to do. But they all think that they're done after doing 4 or 5 of them. And I say, no. I already knew you're not done. So I'm not sweating it. Give it to me. Oh, man. Miss Aquarius, you had a really good game at last one. You got 3 strikes in a row or something?
Thank you. Yeah, thank you.
You're welcome. Get it. Folks, Miss Aquarius is evolving into a super bowler. Not just a regular bowler, but a super bowler. Super bowler, folks. Give it to me.
I get it from you.
Alright, this is the toughest. This is tough. Boom.
Yeah, I learned from the best, right?
Word, girl.
Oh, no. Okay. Rabbi got it.
No doubt.
Come on, Rabbi, you got this now.
I'm going as fast as I can.
You got it straight.
That's not good. Give me this. Ooh.
Yeah.
Almost. What a strike. This game's over, folks. Miss Aquarius won both of them. No doubt. No doubt, folks. Get it. Oh, almost. Folks, if you're watching at home, this woman is untouchable. No one's touching her tonight. Get it.
Hey, Rabbi. You're gonna have to get some strikes here.
It's over. This game is over, folks. Oh, she is the queen of the lanes. Nice job, Miss Aquarius.
Thank you.
Thank you, madam. Alrighty, you. You got a big day tomorrow. Sweet dreams to you. Absolutely, I'll be here. Sweet dreams to you, and we will talk tomorrow, God willing, okay?
Okay, God with me. That God is would not listen with me. Would not listen to me. I got to the work. I said, could you please just do what I told you?
I heard it was hilarious. It was like you were my security.
I wasn't trying to be your security. I know you just don't talk to people when you're playing the game with me.
He was all excited. I knew he was coming. He had sent me some messages on Twitter. They just came in while we were playing bowling. So I kind of expected him to come in.
Okay, well, I won't say nothing else more.
No, you're perfect. You were perfect. You were perfect. Were and are. That's right. All right, Miss Aquarius. Sweet dreams to you. God willing. Thank you.
Together and push it away. I thought it was, what the fuck was that? And she goes, that's my pussy leaving for review. It is unsettling when a woman does this. And the girl goes, you did this to me. Yeah. But this is one rule of thumb with it. If it smells, she actually for it. Yeah. And you win every time.
I think she's sitting here with the other horn players. Right now, C5 sounds like we only got the saxophone. What else? Do we have anything from you guys? Is there another pussy fart noise that you guys can muster up? You know I need that. Sweet trombone down there.
About 5 seconds after that one.
It's the old regular old box. So this beautiful piece from Louisiana that you made love to. How does the scent like that end for you? Where did this took place in a car? Ford Focus. The primary vehicle in most Louisiana. Yeah. Sure enough, the backseat of the Ford Focus.
Front seat's down. I mean, it get hot and at one point I tried to lift her up, all my fucking leg was going. I put my hand up on her when I was like Titanic, shaking it back and shit. Yeah, that's all. I actually lost my virginity about 6 minutes down the road in a little trailer, like a Corona down there. Ready to roll, already loaded.
Tell us about that. Tell us what was your age and which relative was it?
I was 12 and the Mexican girl was 14, the black dude was 16.
Wait, hold on a second. There was girls in this? Was Mackenzie Jules sucking his cock while this was happening? What? Was the black guy getting a cheeky blowjob in the corner?
No, that would be fun. Come on, baby.
I stole my mama's Jeep right here, and we drove down there. We got in the window. She said, I'm gonna let you go first. And I got in there, and I'm just fooling about this. I have no idea what I'm doing. About 15 minutes go by, I feel a tap on my shoulder. I'm turning around and seeing it's a black man. But just a foot of dick on him, Look like when you take your fucking shit, your kids out of your wallet and raffles and shit. Hey, let me show you how it's done.
we start fucking, and I'm just sitting there like, I know what to do. And, trailer houses, they're kind of switched, they fuck up against a wall, and they fell through that little plywood bullshit into her shit's roof. And she started hollering in language I don't understand. And then fucking, we jump out of the window, and I get so nervous, I got some smoke off the Jeep on the beach. And contained the shit. My mom took me over to the black and jumped her. He was actually 47. They called him like,
The only kind of downs black people get are first downs on the football field. Am I correct, everybody? Tuka Jenkins, University of Alabama. Uncle Laser, to watch you grow set after set on this show is an anomaly. It's incredible. In his hometown, 6 minutes away from where he lost his virginity, in a trailer, with a 14-year-old and a 16-year-old black man. One more time for Uncle Laser. By the name of Kyle Clinton, everybody. Kyle Clinton. Oh my goodness. I'm going to get her height as well. Real ass. She works out every day. Here's Kyle Clinton, everybody.
My big brother recently told me he got a vasectomy. And then he asked me if I was going to get a vasectomy. I was like, I think I got to get some pussy first. Being from Eastern Kentucky, sometimes people ask me if I banged my cousin. I'm like, no. She was homecoming queen. She was way out of my league. Plus, I had a big brother, like 6 cousins. My family had some real stiff competition. Growing up in Kentucky, sometimes people think I was brought up Baptist. I was actually raised Methodist. Then in my 20s, I became a Crystal Methodist. Anybody else call Clinton?
Always funny. Love your delivery. Love everything about you. How you feeling, Kyle?
You're fantastic. Thank you, everybody. Sugar Land.
Have you been here before to Sugar Land?
I have. I saw Chris Rock in here. I saw Jay Leno in here.
Is that you had smart financial stuff?
Yeah, I grew up in D.C., Kentucky, but I live here now.
What did you choose to do?
Work. Now fun?
Yeah.
Well, I was managing shopping centers, and right now I'm substitute teaching.
Okay. What shopping centers were you managing at the time? Perhaps.
Well, most of them were in small towns. I worked for a guy whose family owned a chain of department stores in this area and throughout Texas.
Players.
Wieners.
What's Wieners?
Wieners. I know some people out there are familiar.
Stop saying that. You're making me hard. What is that place?
So everybody got their school clothes growing up there.
Really? You guys got your school clothes at a place called Wieners?
Yes, I'm 13
neighbor's not doing it, then yeah, I'm starting. Lately, I've always, it's not as point start. Being very distracted. Trying not to start. And then thinking about other things. Having to cram for a test. And then taking Adderall. And then advancing whatever I thought that still heading for Adderall. That's me that are running a little low on now. Just remember, just substitute. It's still back to like C shit, like shit like that. You taking up Adderall, anything like something. C shit. Okay. I had neighbors who could get it, and that became an option for me whenever I was out of Adderall. You know, your neighbor, some guy, some neighbors he could pick shit with his neighbors like, yeah, he's fine. I don't know, it worked. So what I was thinking of it now. Question, Tony. That's an excellent question. Yes. Let your students trust you with their hand-me-downs from wieners. Searching through the carpet naked, looking for more, baby. 3 a.m. It's porn time. Great question. Straight porn. Interracial porn.
I'll say the truth.
Silence is shaking.
You know, I hate to say this, it's just like you feel like your clowns are hit on this day off.
I'll take facially. I can tell I look like a lot of things. They said I look like Charlie Kirk this week. It is not great. Not great. I got Mr. Bean. I was like, wow, middle schooler knows Mr. Bean. I was impressed. Yeah. What do you substitute? Everything. At all grades. You get COVID in like a video. Sometimes you watch the video. You were throwing some interracial porn just to see what they no, just make it small talk. I was calling Mr. Epstein this week. It was also not great. Not great. Yeah. I was surprised they knew who that is. What did you have to get that one? Walk around. Just be me.
They bully you?
Yes, they bully me every day in middle school. It's not called a pussy ass kid. There we go. He was black?
Yeah.
You want her back? I did not.
You had a word you could have used.
I did.
Depending on what word you used.
So when they call you, why did that kid call you a pussy ass bitch? Is there context to that situation? He said I disrespected him after I told him that I said, this is an AP conversation. You can see your way that way. Wow.
Black people hate the alphabet.
It's like I'm gonna say it. I was like, hey, come over here and tell the coach what you said.
Are you tattled, you fucking pussy?
I really are pussy ass bitch. Yeah, I am.
Keep it right.
Getting shaved in his face. Because I'm too big of a pussy to say it. You are patient, but I would like to see you or hear about you snap to one of the kids. But there's very patient, sweet, affluent is a string of rage.
It feels like it's building up within you. You seem like you might be the first ever teacher that needs the school. It's only a matter of time you'll be first. There's beginning tracks. No teachers, almost 85% trans people nowadays. So it could be a lot
was a higher than I have an intercom. I have to get louder. I have to get my voice above there so they can hear me. But I can't.
Shut up, pussy.
Mr. Epstein didn't make the class last year. This Mr. Clinton started to make that connection in my head right now. Is that what it was? Mr. Clinton. You had a great set, Kyle. We absolutely love you. It's a big joke, but we're having fun here tonight. You guys having fun out there? How about the airport out there? You guys having fun? Onward we go. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for your next fucking movie. It is Nunzio Gianni. Nunzio. Little pop production. How we doing tonight, you said? Awesome. My name's Nunzio Gianni. I'm actually coming from Miami for my birthday. So, I don't know if we got any folks from Miami or Miami. I know the strippers are amazing. I love them too. I'm fairly young. I moved to Miami when I was 16. Dating was actually really hard. 16. But I guess I got a taste. And some strippers at home, so I think I did all right. I'm Puerto Rican and Italian. My ethnicity is kind of hard to pick when I come to Texas. I'm either Mexican or Columbus, so. I'm really nervous, guys. This is my first time. Come on. This is the first Seinfeld Toby's had its own halftime show, everybody. Sunday. It's having a literary Puerto Rican up here responsible for entertaining us. Absolutely amazing.
Works funny.
Funny. Okay, Nunzio. Did you prepare for this at all? You know, I did. About a year ago, I wrote a book. I was supposed to come for my birthday, but I didn't review. So, I tried lazy. Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's all right. That set was garbage. It was certainly garbage. Let's at least try to salvage this in the interview portion. How old are you? I'll be 22 next week. Okay. I'm a mortgage broker. Mortgage broker. Jesus. No, but I do want to do it now. I kind of find myself here sort of really like have the opportunity to help.
You're into it?
Yeah, amazing. We're going to be into it now in Los Angeles. It's 16,000 seats venue in LA. Amazing. So you seem like a decent looking guy, right? What's your love life like?
A little bit both. You know, I'm really busy with work a lot of the time, but
Oh, guys, come on. You guys think I'm not letting some books? Give me a break.
something I'm laying close over here, huh?
I'll tell you honestly, Miami's a tough place to generally find somebody that you'll love.
It's literally like it's always hot. Like it's like everyone's like humid and they're pulling out their pussy all the time.
It's women. Oh no, I love it. It's great for me
To have a good time, but in terms of you're trying to settle down.
I would appreciate a girl like that.
You can't find one.
Miami's tough.
Okay, you just keep saying Miami's tough.
Well, especially for me, guys. I moved to Miami when I was 16.
So, where did you move to Miami from? I'm trying to save you here. Just focus on me. Pretend like it's just me and you in the room. Don't be gay about it. So, where are you trying to find women at in Miami? Where are you going to try to find more women? You're looking on the apps.
No, I don't like the apps. No. Usually a strip club. focus over here. Focus over here. Oh, you're trying to find a good girl at a strip club? Well, sometimes you can find a good one. Have you ever found a good one at a strip club? Yeah. My mom actually works at a lot of the major clubs. Your mom works at major strip clubs? Yeah. What does your mom do at the strip clubs? Well, she does not strip. I want to make that clear. She is a VI host. The host. For that video, what we're doing. Everybody wanted there to be like a 35-year-old stripper that shoots ping pong balls out of her ass. She's fucking.
I think all of our sponsors for this going to take out one of those sport.
There's gotta be a stuff where it's dedicated to the one fun fact about you where your fireworks win over
about him with Jerry Party and Steve Steele, Party's father, Dr. Harry Khan, Steve Bush, Ben Joseph Floyd, David McMurray, Cyrus Morgan, Radio City, Ben Schwartz, all of the shows
grew up in a funeral home. Oh, you grew up in a funeral home. How did you grow up in a funeral home? Tell us about that. It was my great-grandfather's funeral home, and then it became my mother's. She handled it for the most part. Your mom was working in a funeral home. Yeah. It was kind of difficult, but yeah, it did happen. What do you mean it was difficult? I was split between two households, so what the fuck guy? What do you think about the Bianchi movie? Only that guy. Everyone else be quiet. Everyone else be quiet. People try to be that was gonna happen. Turns out a lot of guys have I just really noticed something like I like the dance. Okay. Michael and the horns. Give us a little Puerto Rican something here. Come on. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, there it is. This is working out. The flow of the show is working out perfectly. And this is working out great after every golden single winner or regular, whatever we've had so far. Someone does good, and then someone does bad, and then I always have something to clean up the mess. This is another one of those situations. Ladies and gentlemen, this next comedian won a golden ticket live in an arena on Netflix on New Year's Eve. She is with us here tonight, an absolute sensation. Make some noise for one of the newest stars of Kill Tony. This is the Houston debut of Young, everyone. You know her.
We just finished the Black History Month. On Black History Month. My Asian Heritage Month too. Why did I make our calendar race racial. Seems like everywhere I go, they want to ask for my race. Apply for school, what's your race? Apply for jobs, what's your race? See, where I grew up, we don't ask that question. Because we're better at keeping our bloodline pure. So many different races to pick from under that question too. Hispanic, not Hispanic, black, white, Pacific Islander. In Asian countries, we'll just be going to two categories. Asian or intruders. Negative.
Very funny, great stuff.
White people are very good at being functional. I snorted cocaine for 10 years and have helping people. I love you, Adam. Can I please get on Dr. Phil Live? I've done a lot of bad things. I was trying to save up for a dog scavenger. I was actually I aborted a half-black baby. Yeah. Rest in peace, Slippery Chef. If I came her, she'll look like Papa. My mom did that. My mom had 3 abortions. She just hated my dad. Now they need girls. I mean, I get attacked online all the time. But I don't take it personally. One time, in this country, like, it's hard to survive. And one day my mom called me. She's like, sorry, why are you here? You're struggling. She said, nobody's gonna help you. You'll never find anyone that will truly love you. Redman has been stalking me online. Like, he posts all my social media. Like, I see him talking on my TikTok suggested now. Yeah, well, your name is this type of girl. I'm not concerned. I think Redman's like his face is getting dark. I was concerned that his wife is being slowly pointing. No, she's gonna play the sound effect out of his spinner.
Trouble for saying that once. Yeah.
I can say it. Let me say it.
Your first time in Houston. I had said you'll work back. You said your first time ever in a Buc-ee's.
Oh, yeah. Well, everything's bigger and better in Texas. Okay, Puerto Rican together would cause the most traffic in America.
Red light, yellow light. That's what I call you too. I just see a little superstar every time I see him. One more time for young everybody. Let's keep it moving along. We have our coverage. He's always historically statistics of the last 17 years of Hilltop. You'll find that the forward names are always a little something for you to thrill. Anything can happen. Make some noise. What I believe is the Hilltop debut of Smithy. Everybody, that's SMIFFY.
I have because I'm aggressive, but you gotta watch out for them. They will try to fuck you. Like, I went over with Buddy, and we went shot for shot. We was having a great fucking time. We ain't waiting until I got good and drunk. They started trying to challenge me to like weird games. It's like, yo, I bet you in the dick sucking competition. And that shit really blew me because it's like, there's no way I'm gonna lose to him. Like, listen, I'm just competitive. Times are changing. Times are changing. We got an old nigga YNs now. Like, I don't know if y'all ever thought about this, but we're gonna have the old black people. They used to be in the church. They used to give great advice. A whole nigga in my job last week came up to me. He was like, where the hoes at? Nigga, your kids are the hoes. What are you talking about? Yeah, that's my time.
Smithy. Yes, Smithy. Welcome. What's up, Tom? How you doing, buddy? How long have you been doing stand-up?
About a year. I started at Savannah, Georgia. I'm looking at it. I was living in Missouri. I was in the military. So, like, after living in Missouri, being around, like white country people, I was like, I want to be surrounded by black country people. Just to read it. Like a little bit and like wait. Not at all, really. Honestly, it was like the most depressing time of my life. So I had an ex at the time, and we had broke up. So I was just in Korea, just heartbroken. Chicken getting exposed to diarrhea. It was really a trying time. Like I got to buy like a bunch of. They have like
all the clothes in it. So it's like, I got to get like a bunch of driven. Yes, sir. Probably a joke. I just didn't have any money to move to Austin. Actually, I've only, this is my second time. Funny enough, it's like, I didn't go to Austin, I went to LA. It's like, farm channel. I don't know. I just, right? I was like, I'm not, sometimes I like trying my luck. I was like, I work out.
just found out a couple weeks. I'm like, dancing ass nigga.
I believe it's going to make some incredible. I know it's incredible.
I can tell. So, doing his fire all it's like, I was walking in like HEB a couple days ago, and like, I like
Some noise for HEB, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, I will not let it be mentioned without giving it its own time on this show. It is just an unbelievable anomaly. We were talking about it literally on the way here. Us here we stopped at Mondays, which is a national treasure, and the conversation just comes up every goddamn time. Texas has the best gas stations. We have the best grocery stores. We have just like winter last year.
I had to have my headphones in. I'm like, I was playing like grinding by the episodes, and I just freaking shot my soul.
I was literally playing that on the jump to ask your boyfriend John Weeks if he knows that song. And it's the only song we talked about is like my crap. And then what happened? We were playing, right? We were dancing to HEB. Someone shared one of the dancing conversations that I were dancing.
It's like sometimes you just come to realization. It's like, like the first time you probably figured out you were gay.
Yes, absolutely. I was in an HEB. I had my headphones on. I fell onto a breadstick. And we see a little bit of dancing from you. And then we're going to have the great Hall of Famer Adam Ray, who happens to also be an ass motherfucker. Dance competition here. Throw Adam on the spot. Let's see what happens here. It's just spooky, everybody. This is oh shit. Oh shit. Okay, Janelle. Okay, Janelle. It's your birthday. Oh shit. Oh my goodness, there he goes. There he's breaking into the jewelry store. That's what we call that dance. Wow, that's literally what I was gonna do. Now, ladies and gentlemen, a man who's never taken a loss in the history of the show. Joined his dancing dance. Oh my goodness. Whoa, he transferred it. Whoa. Oh, he's got his heart. Oh, he took the plug in his heart. Oh my god. You're so fun, amazing stuff. Here is amazing joke outside that just so happens to be played in gold, as I know you're big white things like that. Ladies and gentlemen, we're just taking note from my fans never jumped history of the show. 8 years running. I don't know how to not catch things, including HIV. Now, next fucking
I heard
was my favorite noise for Chris Martinez. Everybody here first. A huge attention to you.
Anybody have that problem? I don't know. I'm starting to think that Cam Patterson sold out. You know? He jumped on the Bill Tucker show and straight to SNL. And all of a sudden, he's selling rocks for $15. Seems like they were promised him 3,000 years ago. Am I right? We'll talk about the Jews. Let's talk about Corpus Christi, Texas, where I'm from. Donald Trump was just yesterday. Everybody got a hand for Donald Trump. Beautiful bridge. Right? Administration to be built in 2017. Sleepy Joe Biden. Sleepy Joe Biden.
for defending the fighting in rebranded back in 2020. You can move all you want, these days, but am I right, Cody? All right. As I mentioned, one of the went over his 10-year crisis and stuff. It's the only president right now. He spent the first 10 seconds apologizing to people that he spilled the drink on that no one would have ever known about. Yeah. Then he did shots at the was promoted. These people want to join him in it. You don't like him, it's like deportation. No, I love him. I thought his rock was watch. You gotta love him. People said true. So it's like an online store. So it was actually the Austin show. The Austin that the show. Okay. Yeah, $15. Told me they might be signed. Come back. Alright, so you made a deal with no one knew you were talking. Yeah. Said that. And then you went on to a bad impression of the current president, which you just said things that he's actually said before he was dropping the attitude or anything like that. Have you ever done stand-up comedy before? What is it called? Shop. Okay. But that feels like it's a shop, right? Shop. Street. Okay, like this before I get you out of here. That's the here tonight. Somehow. And we should bring some fish that you did less work than anybody. Shout out to you. No one knows how to bring the roof. It's always like you. I'm just gonna lean into the hate. I'm a door-to-door solar rep. I need to build a solar first. Strange eye contact point to that crazy one. That made me miss my mom. Sometimes I don't feel quiet. It's fucking cool. So they play everybody question. Here we go. Hey everyone, how's it going tonight? Well, I'm probably gonna suck harder than that other guy, but I'm gonna do my best. So, I had my first sexual interaction with a female to male transgender person. What sucked is that her clit. Also, I went and met some dude named, I don't know, like Dr. Bill or something a while back. I gave it also, I work at the comedy club, and I get many hand jobs there. The best part about this is that I get to meet all something crazy. What was the punchline? Turned out this guy turned out that guy thank you good night. Working a comedy club, what do you think of the comedy club? I'm from Midtown. And works comedy. What is this comedy club at? It's in Houston. What's it called? Punchline Houston. Wow. So you see these things transform Earth into flesh. You're adorable. Funnier than what you did on stage. So let's talk about that. All real names. Yeah, all real. Wake up in the morning. Don't try to be funny.
that's when they get to less like that. Pay less. You got them not in the going to level. Come off a yard to show the next day they wait. And they smell like who else is low? Killed souls. All for the end of the lessons. So again, like fuel. And I tell myself, I can't do it. Can't do it. That incredibly stressful circumstance where it wasn't good to succeed around. I was supposed to get married. There must be all situations like this. I'll tell you why. That is what I just about every birth. How does every birth start? There was a wife, and then the wife was back to life. So, we give them the seesaw, for the second police, on the way. I because me, here's the seesaw. You're calling me a Russia? You can know, you're like something like that, right? If I should have to do, but because the car will crash the last session, I did this so hard that I keep out your head down. As well as, I was right? You got people that can see stories, right? You listen to what I'm giving you that, you know, I so you got very well. It's great. So if you could do that, I would give you a why not? That's only what I can do. But I would give you that's a GoPay. That's a GoPay for that. Well, they don't have other. That's how this works. Next one is for the size, right? That's an eyeball site. And it's 24 pictures. So again, those are oppressors. Left and shut up. Now here's what oppressors are. So watch this. Opening Africa, what will it try? The people of Africa into the wilderness. Because people are always there. Anyway, so today Alexander's most possible. So again, for Alexander Macedonia. Places really not real. Right, but they came before Alexander Macedonia for the Roman province. So I'm like, Arabs can actually go from the I gotta be transparent. I don't know the like Alexander. Because I was like, there are two things Alexander, which is the strangest things in the world. I don't mean in English. I mean like the Hebrew Alexander. It's very strange. So the people of Africa chose a din Torah against the Jews. Although Arabs cannot Shalom. What's their claim? Let's say it's not going down. There's nothing new under the sun. Yeah, I understood your point, Jeff. But before there was a king, if you really want a broader audience, you can't reach out to everybody if you make it ready for everyone, basically. And make it as easy as can be for anybody from the east to, just experts. Africa is a pretty big place.
Is it your belief that every system, no matter how secure one may think it is always possible to be hacked? Certainly. Basically, is it your belief that any system, no matter how secure one may try to build it, can always be hacked? Like basically, is there any way to make any system impenetrable? Either perhaps not now, but maybe into the future? Or does every system have some type of vulnerability? And will it always? Is that just something that is an inherent issue with any kind of security?
That's such a good question. I gotta be honest, it's a great question. So, I don't know if you were in here the whole time, but as part of the effort of developing a marketplace, we wanted to help them do testing product, but also, but say I apologize for the answer. It's going to be long with it might require a couple of revisions. But there were some now again, I didn't do an independent audit or scanner, and they may well have been for that. To see with everything else. In any event, looking at it, there was like one to connect to that platform, knowing the risk, and everybody in security knowing the risk. So this is a problem. Obviously, security. So if you want to not secure, don't ever use it. Hey, just do a static to just briefly segue into for 1 second, Rabbi, is that recently automakers now use license plates as a way to find out what the car is. And a license plate is the official method to identify what engines size, all the components that make your car, because all they're doing is mapping that license plate ACE QR code to the VIN number. Essentially, they give you the address or the VIN via reading it to you or cutting it in. I'm just making an analogy there. The QR
Okay. So that's the just all that we're talking about. Okay, so you get solutions to that. One is
CDC or whomever you're
you have to say,
subscribed to when there's a pandemic or something. So, I mean, there's always going to be, unfortunately, these scam things that you know being fished. So, well, not even
just said it.
you never know what's going to be
Anyway,
Anyway, in ending what I'm saying,
what's the
you're
most
pulling
right? Now you're there. All
even
yours
my
in there.
podcast that you know about here, one of the reasons why I have these rooms, I provide links for people to click. However, the biggest concern we have in the platform is I've been teaching everybody about click fucking links and you don't know what they are. You don't know who I am, but I'm a security expert and I'm asking you to click on links with me. In any event, it's a huge property. To answer your question, though, correct. Doing it to do visit of my opinion. Dude, I've been in the security business since security was really security. I started a security company before there was any security companies that I know about. So there's always, unfortunately, there's always risk. There's always going to be a zero fee. There's always going to be a vulnerability. Depending on what you're talking about, there's always going to be a risk. There's always going to be an issue. There's always going to be paying. Yes, go ahead.
Give us the change to back. Also, skater with my bus with a bunch it's also a in the search. I think that's fine. The ads are so listen, I hear this interesting. So apparently again, they were living in
I'm in agreement with you, Jeff, that really every system at a certain point has some type of vulnerability, and I'm sure this has been debated, but and just pondered. But really, in the world that we're in, moving towards supercomputing and then quantum computing, especially within the crypto world, is there a race that's currently going on to create a quantum computer that essentially can uh, de-encrypt all of the given cryptocurrency of the world and all the passwords of the world? Basically, what I'm thinking is there is a certain point, almost inevitably in the future, that you could create a computer that is so intelligent, using and so powerful that it is able to unlock every single password on Earth. And if that's the case, is this something that you think governments and perhaps non-governmental organizations are racing toward in competition with one another because it is such a it's be such a goal of an organization to be able to have that kind of power, perhaps from a clandestine perspective, perhaps for a warfare perspective, or an economic advantage, or something similar. Thank you for letting me ask that question.
The bottom line is, think about what encryption was. This system was created in 1997. So, what is that? That's 30 or 29 years ago. That's the government standard. That's the encryption we have. They instituted encryption. People don't even realize, though, because they're still talking about using bits or using 128 bits. All these things have been cracked years, decades ago. They're still implementing and using that. They don't understand security. Anyway, GPUs alone can crack George Session. There's so many tools already just using dictionary tags, dictionaries and performing dictionary tags against a large majority of passwords already instantly just running through a dictionary. Many tools. And certain tools to do it. When you get into thinking about China, for example, or any major
Egypt, Algon, Foreign Homer, Ariover, Scenda Sarasina Amadeus, Ruba the President so the Egyptians got that other was like it's actually pretty big, right? So once it said that side, the entire the boss says even the entire game of Charlie's holding eyes of the they borrow. Now there's different ways to interpret that word. Some say they ask, right? Others say they borrow. And it's just coming with the idea that it's borrow, which means some borrowed a whole lot of silver and gold from the Egyptians. Right? You like our stuff back. You like our stuff back. Okay? So the Euro says, I was here's what Jesus says. That's a hard leadership say like Jesus says, do me a favor, take the rabbis, I'll do it. I'll give it. Maybe that's what he wants again. I'll move by it. I don't show that say it if they it's just a matter of if it was a case of again, it's not a big deal. But people just say, I was actually just regular guy. Like
it does. I'm in agreement with you, Jeff. Just like in perhaps the 1940s, there was a race to create nuclear weapons, and in the 1960s, there was the space race. I think that we are in a security race, and you said something that's very key. No state actor is going to admit it. But essentially, there is the echelon, an idea that if you are to be able to create a computer that's fast enough and intelligent enough to be able to hack the world's passwords, then almost instantaneously you would become the most powerful actor on Earth. You would basically have a backdoor into all of the cryptocurrency of the world, all of the buildings and certainly people's personal computing access. Really, the only thing that I understand that may not be connected to this type of system are some of these like nuclear systems that aren't connected to the internet. But basically, anything that's connected to the internet, you would almost overnight have control of because of your security access. And I think this is a race that's currently going on. Perhaps it's already been won and we don't know, or perhaps it's going to be won sometime in the future, but no one is talking about it, especially at a government level. And I find it to be fascinating. So I appreciate your contributions and your answers, Jeff. I think they've been very insightful, and I think really a key point that you mentioned is that nobody is going to want to discuss this at that level, and thus we may never know about it.
Left behind the fields, right? The late fields, the vineyards, also Shosh herself. And it was
We kind of lost our mojo earlier when we were doing some other stuff. But anyway, it's all good.
Right? And say, you know what?
So yeah, Mr. J, I want to thank you for being there. So when we come back again, we'll get
you don't have an answer, you come back and say, right, I'm sorry, I don't have an answer. When you recognize
hear more about you too, because we were only retire and get out of here. It's slow down now, so feel free to
show back up.
Talk about anything you like to share.
Like, it's just, I love every topic. That's the way it works. Again, everything from gardening to survival skills to show back up. I don't know, hard. Follow back up. Yes, that was interesting. But I think, like as you said, there was just okay, so what's this case? Everybody is jumping on the guy like this. So we come, sons of Yisrael, they grew up.
regarding, like fan all these quality exchanges that do happen.
So the name will say Eric can hours. Just they say Eric
Oh, well, I just saw. I wanted you to know how I came in here. I saw that it said shield space with cybersecurity and all of those other things. Do you mind if I tell you about my project and what I do? Absolutely, apologies for that. I'm sure you'll think of it hopefully. So I'm Rabbi Rothschild. If you don't know who I am, you most likely will. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real life Truman Show. If you ever saw that movie with Jim Carrey in the 1990s, or a real life Big Brother, if you've ever seen that television show. In the 1990s, the phrase content is king was coined, and I'm doing my best to make that true today. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's #1 resource, and I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever. I'm live right now on more than 20 simultaneous YouTube streams that I restart every 12 hours so that you literally can watch my life going back in time, almost like a time capsule or a timeline. And I do my best to archive not just my life, but world history events, and I think it'll be quite interesting in the future. So for you all who I know are interested in cybersecurity and certainly data and connectivity and such, I thought that might be interesting to allow me to contribute. So I appreciate that.
Thank you for sharing that so much, Rabbi. That's really amazing. The Truman Show is such an eye-opener. We made sure that you check it out. It's so cool to hear that you're streaming live for 20 different various YouTube channels right now. It's incredible. One thing I would say, if you wanted to take the time at some point, if you have I have a platform that's basically a replacement for Linktree. Linktree was able to do what I needed. That platform would be very beneficial to you and to us because it will allow you to put the links to your YouTube channels and all your social sites to be able to follow you and find you using some DNA interested in things called usingdat.com. And I can see that my other account was in here. But totally know what he did was covered up. Rabbi, if you want, you might have linked in my next profile. There's a link that says usingdat.com/Jeff Blank. You make that kind of on my I use the same that's where it should be. And any of that, Rabbi, if you make something like that, that link to your account, that will make our community grow. We can find you. You can find more people to interview and continue to build awesome stuff that you're building.
I'd love to do that. I appreciate that. And I'm very much a heavy user of Linktree. If you have the opportunity, take a look at my Linktree. It's linktree.com/Rabbi Rothschild if you don't want to click the link. I have, I think, the largest Linktree of anybody ever. It's got like 100 links on it. So I'd love to transfer some of those to your website when I have some time. And I have followed you, and I'll take a look at that when I can create an account and transition a lot of those links into onto your site. And yeah, I would love to network. So thank you for the opportunity to do that.
Yeah, absolutely, Rabbi. Great that you have Linktree. Just to add one more thing, I have a Linktree importer that literally will take you less than 5 seconds. One click, you type in your Linktree that you gave me in our platform, and it will pull everything over. It does about a 90% good job. Some of the things don't go in the right buckets or in some buttons, but it will take all that work away from you. And then it starts to have the ability, I can be able to collect NFTs, or you have people that follow you that want to be NFTs. Your NFTs will show up in your profile as well. It's something that Linktree doesn't do. I see a lot of people that in their bios and social, they show their Linktree, which is awesome. And then
they show another link to their to their NFTs. But the problem is there's only two places available in on X to share links, and you might have 4, 5, 6 different wallets that will keep them all on there. So anyway, the short thing is that not only is it all the links and all the stuff that you have, but then it's integration of videos, that are people aren't going to be afraid of clicking on Rabbi because they're integrated in. And I do a lot of things around cybersecurity to make this private, including no requirement for KYC, and also most importantly, the URLs and things that you put in there to your socials actually don't. For example, if you were to put in Facebook and you put it in the wrong field for Telegram, say, hey, you can't put Telegram in your Facebook URL because Facebook requires this URL. So what it does is it prevents anybody from injecting any bad URLs into any of them. Transfer all of that information very easily, and I will do so as quickly as I can. So thank you so much. You as well.
Everybody just, honestly, we're going into a day and age where everybody wants it at the tip of their fingers, and that's what it is. To buy all the attention span that we don't really have. So what's next?
Yeah, I thought we were going to be minting some NFTs tonight. That would have been a lot of fun. But anyway, what's next? I'm not really sure. We were setting up a WordPress profile before the other group came in and wanted help.
I'm trying to have my some issues.
Yeah, I'm just out of curiosity, what time is it for you for these signings on today?
Are you in Spain? No, I'm in England. Oh, entonces hablas español. Hablo español, sí. Yeah, sí, yeah, see you anywhere. Are you in the USA? I am in, yes, I'm in the US on the East Coast. Okay. Nice to meet you. You as well, Umberto. Yeah, go ahead. I guess we're gonna wrap this up, right, Jeff?
Yeah, I mean, maybe I'll still have a couple. I don't know who made King are, but welcome to hang out. I know Dragon's playing tonight. How you doing, Dragon? Might be busy or something of that nature, but yeah, maybe just hang out a couple more minutes and then head out. But Alberto, I think you should get some sleep, but you sound exhausted. Don't wear yourself out. Don't wear yourself thin. I'll take your I'm looking at your profile and see there's a couple of those extra Spotify. So then we'll go over
remove that some bugs. So I want to make sure that's fixed because especially if Rabbi or training with these essentially did it for them to have yeah, guys.
Speaking of which, so I just made my account on You Did That. Where's the importers section?
Oh, hey, I did may have an accent, but that's awesome. Let me tell you where it's at. It's on your dashboard at the top left. You got a little hamburger kind of icon, with three lines. Click on that. You click on settings, and then scroll all the way down to the bottom of the page, right inside. You'll see it, and it just asks for your LinkedIn account.
Excellent. Yeah, I don't mess around, so thank you so much. Really great site. Just want you to know from a third party perspective. It's excellent.
Yeah, thank you. How easy was it for you to create and onboard your account?
Extremely easy. And then I just had to verify my email, which is really smooth. And then I'm just going to go to the settings now and import my link tree, and then we're all set.
How many hours did it take you, Alberto?
Actually, it took me days. Oh my goodness. Okay, just making fun of myself because it was so silly. And honestly, that was really funny.
Yeah, it was funny. It was fun too at the same time. So hey, let's stick around just a little bit longer for Rabbi to finish filling out his account. If you haven't heard any feedback he has and stuff, and man, he's got so many people following him. Can you imagine if we could just get a couple of his followers and join the platform too and understand truly what it is? It's incredible. I see it, Anna. Go ahead, babe. Yeah, thanks, Alan. Appreciate it. Sorry, not Alan Bain. I appreciate it. Alan, thanks. Good to see you again. And just give notice in the room, we've got a gentleman that's streaming to 20 different YouTube platforms live right now.
That's exactly right. To give you a breakdown, I'm live on more than 20 simultaneous channels on YouTube. We're live on Twitch. We're live on 2 additional X spaces. So in addition to this one, and those are on video. I just completed 1 entire year of X spaces 24/7 live on video. So I have literally an entire year of my life uploaded on X. I'm live on more than a dozen different Discords right now on video. Live on more than a dozen Rumble accounts, and let's see where else. Oh, and Telegram. So yeah, I basically, if they let me stream there, I do my best to live my life on that platform. I might have used. And in relation to the link tree, I am putting my link tree in. I'm gonna try one other thing um with the address. I'm getting an error code back though, so I'm wondering if I have to put it in with the short code that's linktr.ee /Rabbi Rothschild. I'm going to check that out, so I'll be able to give you some feedback on that in a moment. So thank you.
Fantastic, man. That's so exciting. All those platforms, guys. And like I said, can you imagine just getting a couple of those users that convert the key on what we're doing right now? Why Rabbi is here sharing this space. Oh my God. Rabbi, it's like I said, it's a pleasure. And, after maybe you can show your audience, the difference. And I don't know if you have any NFT wallets or not, but one of the things that we do a little different on the platform and why we created it was
into music. I started publishing music, and I did that because I needed to create a monetary. I needed to create some monetary stream of some type anyway. Linktree would only let me do Spotify, Amazon Music, Apple, and YouTube. Won't let me support any of the small guys or any of the guys that actually started with the streaming platform like Pandora, Tidal, Shazam, and all those other guys. Even though they're streaming, and I look at their metrics, they're doing over 100 million streams. I guess it was per month, but still, that's a lot of traffic. I mean, would you give up that answer? Would you give up 100 million? Simultaneous streamers and just only focus on the big guys. So anyway, that's how this platform was born. And go ahead, Rabbi.
I was successfully able to transfer my link tree, so it transferred 98 links. If you want to look at my profile, it is excellent. I am at Rabbi, so it's ubigdat.com/rabbi. And if I could make any suggestions, and I'm sure that you've got a lot on your plate, but when you do put in that link to be able to transfer things, it does seem like it has to be that linktr.ee/ whatever your username is. And if possible, to just have the ability to put the full linktree.com/@ whatever your username is. I think that instead, I know a lot of people like to use that as opposed to the short link because they think that a lot of people don't trust the short link with security issues that can occur. So they just give the full link. But aside from that, it is extremely easy, and I see all the functionality with videos and things like that. Really, Linktree could learn a thing or two from your platform. You're giving them a run for their money, so kudos to you.
Yeah, I appreciate all the feedback. I've noted that, and I'll add that into the pipeline for feature requests of, next things to add. So I'll have that added in there this week. And I noticed looking at your profile, you've got 3 wallets. I want to, if you have a few minutes, I want to show you how to integrate those wallets, especially so your followers can see, because we don't connect wallets, we don't do anything of that nature. We just, the same information that you're providing right now, that you provided to a link, you put that in the dashboard down in the area under crypto. So in that OpenSea address that you have, you go down to crypto and you open up the Ethereum area. You cut and paste your wallet address in there, and then you get a box that pops up that says Discover My Collection. You click that button and it will discover everything in that particular wallet, and then you select it all. And after you select it all, hit save, and then all of those NFTs will show in a gallery at the bottom of your page. And over time, you can obviously clean up all of these links and put them where they're supposed to go. Unfortunately, all of your things that imported, you have so much, which is amazing, but it imported into links instead of importing into the social media area. Well, actually, a lot of stuff did import in the social media area. So yeah, man, you've got a lot of stuff going on. It's really cool. You'll have the biggest freaking probably profile on our platform. And so, let me know if you have any questions about what I just said as far as showing your collection in your profile.
Absolutely, I appreciate that. Yes, I figured I would probably have one of the biggest, if not the biggest, profiles that you're going to have. I have really what I think to be, for one individual, more social media than any person. I have over 100 YouTube accounts, over 200 use Instagram accounts, some that have 10,000 or so different posts. I even just created bots on Instagram that automatically upload my life every hour. I have over 500 Twitch accounts, over 1,000 TikTok accounts, all handmade, over 2,000 Twitter accounts, all handmade, over 5,000 Blue Sky accounts, and over 10,000 Kick accounts. So basically, I've done my best to be as uncancelable as possible. And you may say, Rabbi, why did you create all these accounts? Why don't you just have one main account? Oh, I started that way, as everybody does. But you find when you live stream your life 24/7, and you're literally sleeping online, you'll get a copyright strike randomly here or there because a song came on the radio, or because of just random things that you're watching on YouTube or whatever, and you get three of those, and then they end your account. And really, the appeal process isn't very understanding. So after losing my main accounts very early on in this endeavor, I said, you know what? I'm not losing them anymore. I'm going to have redundant streams and backups of all my backups, and so that's why I do have so many of those links included in my profile, but that isn't even close to as many as I have in total. So when I have a few moments, I'll go through and clean everything up, and I appreciate the opportunity to be able and the information that you provided to be able to connect my wallets. And it's not even connecting my wallets, but just changing the way that it's displayed. So thank you. That's absolutely correct. And I've gotten that where I've been just at an intersection and somebody just has their windows rolled down, and all of a sudden my Instagram live stops because it's considered to be copyrighted material. And it's like, oh, I wasn't even listening to that song. That wasn't even in my purview. So I have figured out a way around all of this, and I think it's quite simple, but quite ingenious. And that is, if you play a song on a continuous loop that isn't copyrighted, the algorithm of YouTube and all the other platforms is not smart enough to be able to detect the copyrighted material with a non-copyrighted song playing over it. So I have just a song that's playing in the background of all of my streams that is non-copyrighted, and then that means if I'm ever watching the Olympics or the Super Bowl or the World Cup or anything else that may be copyrighted, I don't get those copyright flags because the algorithm is not smart enough to be able to detect the copyrighted material in combination with the non-copyrighted music. So I've been writing on that for the last few years. Has allowed me to really document some really important aspects of society. And I do know of some other people who are doing this. They haven't gone as long as I have been going, but they also feel that it's important to document human events. We're essentially modern day diarists. People would write in diaries, or journalists. People would write in journals, but for the 21st century. So, as I say, everything from the death of a queen to the birth of AI to the coronation of a king to wars that are going on. I keep a radio going on in the background of all my streams 24 hours a day that literally is creating a timeline and time capsule of not just human achievement, but also world events. And I think really people will study my stream or perhaps similar streams in the future, not just to know what a person's life was like from all of the biological aspects that we'll be able to learn, including eating habits, sleeping habits, drinking habits, circadian rhythms, all of the aspects of the human body, but also how people reacted to historical events. I find this to be an extremely important endeavor. And for a platform like YouTube or Instagram to want to shut down that entire project because you listen to a Cardi B song for 31 seconds and their limit is 30 seconds is really, it's quite devastating. So what I end up doing is ensuring that I have another song playing over the background, and that has allowed me to be able to avoid many of those copyright strikes. So if that is of benefit to anyone in here, if you ever want to avoid it, play two songs or another song or another sound going at the same time, and the algorithm won't know what you're doing. I absolutely agree with that, Alberto. If you ever do have the misfortune of losing an account, one of the options, the very few options that you have, is to download your data. And when you do this, what does that mean? What does your data mean? And usually it only means, the date you created the account, maybe your profile picture or something like that. I'm an advocate, and I mean, I know it's probably a losing battle, but eventually I'd like to lobby once I have a big enough platform that says when you get banned from one of these platforms, that's fine, but you own your data in congruence essentially with these platforms, and you should also have the option to download all of the content that you have on it. That was boosted that. Because in my opinion, and I'm sure I share this with some of you, that is your data as well. That's the important stuff. Who cares about your creation date or how many likes you had on the account? Who cares about that? You want the content. And so I think that that's something that is going to have to be revised as more and more people do get banned. If you are someone who has major connections to managers and agents and such, if you lose your account, you're done. And many high profile people do lose their account, but they have different connections that allow them to bypass the traditional appeal process and either get their accounts unbanned or unshadow banned or whatever it would be. And your average person does not have this. Everything is being so automated, and it's usually, if you're ever going to get a hold of anybody, it's not someone from your own country. They're not going to understand the same issues that are going on. It's really this faceless entity that you have to deal with. And while that's certainly unfortunate, I'd like to open up those discussions as well as I continue to gain traction. I cannot agree with Alberto more than when you get your account banned, download your data means everything, and you should have the opportunity for everything. And on top of that, it shouldn't just be for a set period of time. Sometimes they only give you 30 days or something like that. You might not even know you were banned if you haven't logged into the account in 30 days. No, these are, in my opinion, basically systems that these platforms have created to be able to give themselves all of the power, which I understand. They've written the terms and conditions, everything in their system is going to go in their favor. I get that. But it's not always going to be that way. I feel you'll eventually have apologies. You'll eventually have some creators who speak up on behalf of your smaller creators, and hopefully can change the system. Go ahead.
Yeah, it is. Talking about that, that's what I think technology and innovation is really taking off, especially for different ways of making, money. And to your point, I have friends that are really trying to make website businesses specifically to be able to make content. You own it. You don't have to give up your soul like they take you on these sites, right? You're basically signing away your soul. That's what it feels like. That they own everything that you post and whatnot. But I think we're gonna take a change in that because like I said, people are getting involved and like, you know what, I'm tired of having my information owning everything I have, and now people are saying, enough is enough. Like and I think that's evolving again.
Yeah, sorry, I'm getting something in my chat. They are come taking over.
I agree. I feel in its own way it's a discriminatory system between the haves and the have-nots. Again, if you're a have, you have a connection at Alphabet, at Meta, at Amazon if you need to get into your account. But if you're the little guy, you even if you have your password hasn't changed, uh, your device hasn't changed. Just because you trigger some type of system within, let's just say Alphabet with Google, you can't log into your account, and it may say to you, just do a two-factor authentication. Well, you might not have had that phone in the last half decade or so. People do have their telephone numbers changed. People do break their phones. The higher net worth individuals are going to have workarounds for those systems, but your average person may have changed their telephone number a couple times in the past 20 years, and because of that they're locked out of their systems. And that isn't because they did anything differently. They might have the same IP address, they might have the same device, they might have the same password, but just because Google wants to flag your account for one reason or another and you don't have that telephone number, then all of a sudden you can't get back in your account. And I find it very strange too. I mean, I create a lot of accounts, as you can tell. The first thing that the Oh, 100%. Yeah, I mean, I live my whole life on the internet. In fact, at least with Discord, when they do the wrap up every year, like Spotify does a wrap up, Google does it, or Discord does a wrap up. I'm not in the top 1%. They're the top 0.1%. I'm in the top 0.01% of all Discord users, which tells me, probably perhaps the person who uses the internet maybe the most in the world. And I can tell you, keeping all the passwords straight and all that, that's its own issue. But just simply trying to log into some accounts that I haven't changed because Google wants to, for one reason or another, flag me, I think is really unfortunate. And I also think this is an interesting topic, and we don't necessarily have to go down it, but the use of VPNs. I feel as if Google is very anti VPN. They want to be able to connect you and your data as much as possible. And so that's when you log into your Google Google account if you haven't set up an alternative method of logging in, like a telephone number or like an alternative, a secondary email. They're gonna ask you. They're gonna prompt you for that every single time, and then they want your home address. And there's some questions to me about that too, like why do you need this? I'm just using the internet. I'm just using it for my email. Why do you need this? And it really, to me, is Alphabet wanting to connect all of this information to you. And then if you do use a VPN, using Google is very difficult. And I'm sure you've all, if you've ever used the VPN, find it difficult. You have to do a CAPTCHA every single time. And basically makes the search engine unusable if you want to search a few different things. And because of those reasons, I feel as if this is perhaps planned by Google to make things very difficult to use and separate people from their data when the people do not want that, and then to connect people with their data when it is in Alphabet's best interest. I agree. Oh, go ahead.
Sorry, Nick. I'm going to say one thing and pass it back to you, Mitch. But think about all our data breaches that we have that literally happen every single day. Everything from healthcare to breaches to social security breaches, everything. I got to be honest. Maybe I'll stick my mouth by saying this, but these government organizations and companies that are responsible for maintaining the confidentiality, the integrity and availability of our particular data need to be held accountable. They shouldn't continue to want to collect or be able to continue to collect our biometrics, our photos, our addresses, and our personal information which influences at risk. We have a right to be able to protect this information. We literally have thousands of rogue data brokers collect all of our personally identifiable information and trade it and sell it. We have corporations such as, for example, that make $2 billion, I believe, will be on that, but $2 billion a year just selling our personally identifiable information. So think about all the other larger corporations that are selling your data. We literally have every metric from every single ad, every single tracking network, all being, completely communicating and going back home, and the level of data collection is, I could talk on that subject for a week straight and not even cover it all. But the biggest thing here is we have to push back against the collection of our personally identifiable information that's constantly being breached because no one is putting proper controls around to protect our data. Thank you for being here tonight, Ms. Kit. We look forward to seeing you.
Jeff, here is an excellent point. And the penalties for data breaches are essentially either non existent or are easily payable by some of these multi billion or multi trillion dollar organizations. And it's in my opinion, Facebook in itself maybe should have been shut down after some of its scandals. It had an election scandal. It had for manipulation. Nobody went to jail over that. No, no. I mean, I can't tell you the last corporate executive that for anyone across the board who's gone to jail for their white collar crimes. It's almost as if you have enough money, you're able to pay the attorneys to be able to get a fine, and even the organizations that create the laws, not just Congress, but perhaps like the SEC or FCC. These organizations are so in bed with many of the lobbyists that what ends up happening is the penalties are all financial. So you steal $1 billion worth of data, you get caught, you have to pay $1 million worth of penalties. Well, you just profited $999 million on those actions, and no one's going to jail over it. And then all of a sudden, the same people who were in, let's just say, the FCC who created that law or whatever, are now going to be your vice president of marketing or your vice president of security or operations or whatever it may be. It's a terrible system. I've heard it discussed previously that if the penalty for a crime is a is financial, then it is just a penalty on poor people, and I agree with that. That's absolutely correct. And uh, it's basically rules for thee, not for me. And it's that type of system. It's really unfortunate, especially as well, that these companies have become so large and so powerful that they should be regulated like a utility. That now the people have a right to be able to use their services because it is so expensive to be able to run one of them that basically they have no competition. It is an endorsed monopoly, and unfortunately, we don't have the laws passed to be able to enforce that. Additionally, many of the people who would be able to make those laws or at least enforce those laws, judges and legislators are afraid. No one wants to go up against Google. Uh, you know, the Google's extremely influential. Nobody wants to go up against Facebook, especially for their themselves or their children and their reputations. These companies have just become these just absolute monopolies. You can't go and create a competitor to Facebook right now or a competitor to Google uh, and get any kind of market share. I know one interesting thing, at least in the EU, I'm not totally privy on all of this information, but something along the lines of the EU is deciding now the monopolistic behavior of Google and may force Google to make a change to their business model. Right now, Chrome, I believe in the EU and perhaps in the Western world, is about between 70 and 80% of all machines use Google Chrome as the default browser, which in itself is a major advantage that Google has on any of its competitors. But on top of that, at least in the EU, but also in the Western world, Google AdSense is basically has monopolistic tendencies, and the EU, I believe I've heard rumors about this, is going to say to Google, you can either have market share on the browser or on AdSense. You can't have both. Basically, otherwise we're going to consider you to be a monopoly. And so Google will find that having the ad revenue, which is their big money maker, is more important than the browser. And so you may see them have less of a promotion of their browser, and that's going to give perhaps I've heard OpenAI and its Atlas browser an opportunity to become a major market leader in the browser world because OpenAI is going to have the opportunity to have AI integrated into the browser. So that's something to perhaps watch in maybe the next decade or so if that actually ends up happening. But essentially, what I'm saying here is even courts are starting to recognize that these companies are becoming monopolies or have become monopolies. I mean, this goes back to the Microsoft debate in the 1990s, where there was where with Internet Explorer and the default browser there, and considering that to be, and it's one of these things that how are you going to be able to compete? Jeff launched a security company, many years ago or so, and I bet it'd be a lot more expensive to do it today. Is that not correct, Jeff?
Catching up some messages that had my I mean, it's probably a little bit of both. I mean, I would say that with the advent of AI, there's a lot of things that would allow people to really start things right now and spin up things that they couldn't do previously without a large development team and a large amount of venture capital. If you have a little bit of money set aside and you have the will to learn, I mean, you can really do some amazing things right now. Granted, there's a little bit of controversy between, live coding and using, Claude Bot, for example, and things of that nature versus true devs and developers. But you got to realize there's a lot of people that can't either afford real developers or get their availability because they're busy or, again, have the funding for it. So a lot to be said right now in this particular time in history, especially for the past five, 6 months of the introduction of Claude, aka OpenClaw, aka the additional names. So it's an exciting times right now. And I want to mention one thing, Rabbi, that I didn't get to get in there that I agree with on your point of the pay to play, or I like to call it, not eating your own dog, meaning the constant policies that are implemented. They don't affect the top tier. They don't. The bottom line isn't necessarily, I would say, that they're creating something that's like what it is. It's a lot like what happened with the NFT thing we were just looking at from the other development guys. They're in development for 6 to 9 months, looking at the same platform day in and day out, probably
even if you're reading something that's in your heart, your mind still unfortunately picks up. It's that way that you thought that it always was, but it's not. But what I'm saying is security people are enforcing policy, whether it be law, whether it be the security controls on these social media platforms and things of that nature that you're talking about. They're just not realizing what they've done. They don't have any visibility into it because they're not required. That checkbox that says basically apply the security policy across the board. The leaders are immune to that. There's no checkbox there, so they don't know that's happening. So what I'm trying to say is the little guys down below, they're not saying to the upper levels they're too afraid, they're afraid of losing their job. They're not going to ever speak up. That's the problem we have with society. They rather just go with the flow and keep quiet so they don't lose their jobs rock the boat. And that's why we're in the state that we're in. Instead of somebody speaking up, like me, you speaking up with what the true problems are and allowing them to get up all of the CEO. Because I tell you what, the CEO has no idea that his policies or security policies are completely different from everybody down below because he just doesn't know. How would he? It's an excellent point. I'm in many subreddits of people who are currently suing these major companies, either Google or Facebook. And the general process is, let's say you've lost your Instagram account and you had a business on Instagram, and now not only do you not have access to any of your followers, but none of your pictures, and you've lost your business. So there are some people who are suing Meta, and Meta basically just has a boilerplate letter that they send to you. You can try to sue them in small claims court, and essentially immediately, this has happened dozens of times. I've read it dozens of times. The judge immediately dismisses the case, and then you have to basically sue in federal court. And if you're familiar, that's extremely expensive to do. So only a few people have been able to actually take them to court. And this is all just to get back your Instagram account that was like a foodie account. It's just that it's really because of a either a mistake or some kind of AI oversight or whatever it may be, you lost your account, and there's no accountability at Meta, and Meta doesn't want to admit that they're wrong. So what they do is they may allow you to get your account back, but they accept no wrongdoing. And this. Absolutely. And what we're moving toward is a system where only a handful of companies have really control over the entire internet. And what do I mean by that? You basically need servers to be able to store your data. And if you don't own the servers like Alphabet or Amazon with Amazon Web Servers or Meta, then you have to pay one of those companies, and there are only a handful of them that can afford these types of servers, for their services. And that means even in times where a company that may be a competitor of Meta, Amazon, or um, Alphabet, uh, basically has to pay their competition in order to stay active. I know about 2 years ago, Elon Musk did an interview. This is when Twitter, its headquarters was in San Francisco, and they were going to move away from the Bay Area because of all of the different difficulties to do business in the state of California. And he said the first thing that he wanted to do was lower operating costs at Twitter. And they had, I believe, $100 million a month bill to Google's server system. And he just said that was just just unbelievable that he was having to pay this giant bill every single month to, in many ways, a competitor or a very similar entity. So what did he have to do? either find other places to host the data or perhaps create his own set of servers. But basically, at the end of the day, the data has to be stored somewhere. And if you're not working for one of these monoliths of Amazon, Oracle, Alphabet, or one of those, then you're going to end up having to pay them. And eventually, they're going to raise the price on the service to a point that you won't be able to afford it. And if you play this out long enough, this scenario, then you end up into a corporatocracy, which is where we really are moving more towards, where you're just going to have maybe a handful of companies that have an agreed upon monopoly in these different systems, and they're happy about it. And you have no control. If you ever want to compete, you have to pay them. And then if they ever see that you're becoming competitive, then they're just going to raise the prices on you. It's what I'm saying is it's a no-win game. We're at basically the point of no return to be able to compete with some of these, and it's just really an unfortunate situation. And unless somebody speaks up, and I don't know who that's going to be, because even the biggest creators now, a Mr. Beast or a I Show Speed, or they're not big enough to be able to take on these organizations. And there's no politician out there who's really running on this type of advocacy to be able to revise the system. And I don't really know what where we're headed, but for sure. But I can tell you that we've moved a lot away from freedom on the internet into these, a lot of restriction of speech and restriction of just behavior. And I can see that trend in continuing to the point where you're running into what people say is the dead internet theory, where everything is just bots. Basically, the only people who have any interaction are just liking something or reposting something. There's no real creative entity behind the internet anymore, and then that's where we see the end of the internet. Frankly, I do my best to be the anti dead internet theory. I'm live all the time. All my content is 100% authentic and 100% organic, and I'm going to do that as long as I absolutely can. And I have to be the advocate for these types of beliefs. I absolutely will be, because there's no person on the internet right now, and perhaps in the world, who has gone through, perhaps I would say, more with these organizations. But then we have someone in here like Alberto, who actually has been prosecuted over these things unfairly. So I know I'm not alone. I know I'd be able to build allies, and perhaps a group of people can really speak out about this. But really, you all recognize, and I think we do, that this is a world where the internet is heading down a dark place, where freedom of speech and freedom of expression is really constrained, and it's all about money.
I walk through time, just like Tommy Sandwich a little bit. Simplicity is whatever the says. He says, "What you feel is whatever rather than one self-focused I'm a doctor of psychology. So that was like the point. So therefore, there are movements that say something. It's not a doubt, but it's not true by some form of God. Only to walk track with follow through with evidence of emotional that's what I'm going through. That's where I'm going. You gotta walk alone. Although the rest of it's less fun. So that's how something's back on you. But if you're Shemite, if you're heaven, it makes you all hopeful their name. I don't know, so far now, maybe a misunderstanding. You know, like I didn't tell God wants you, which very response.
Absolutely, I'm in agreement with you. I expected more out of Blue Sky. I was a heavy Blue Sky user, and there's 5,000 accounts. Their CEO knows who I am. I am someone who feels that these companies should move faster. I use this example often, but no one in here, to my knowledge, has heard me say it. But we have X, which was bought for $44 billion, and has actually regressed on some of the features that they have. You used to be able to have anybody live stream at any given time. Well, now you have to have a premium account to be able to live stream. That kills 99% of your user base who's going to be able to produce live IRL content. And I understand that Elon Musk is saying, well, it's because there are high costs to that. But I say to him, he's worth $800 billion. This is literally a drop in the bucket for him to be able to have this feature. Another very interesting one, in order to be able to be on an X space and be on video, you have to have an iOS device, and it's been this way since around March of 2024. Why don't you have the same ability on Android? The fact that the apps don't match and that the capabilities don't match after more than 2 years is shows laziness in the development of the company and the development of the systems. I think that since Elon Musk has taken over, X has really not changed that much. And I expected more out of it. I expected something like a Discord where you can have multiple people in video calls. There's been none of that, no plans to do anything like that. It's really just the basics that we're seeing here. And they have no competition, so they don't have anybody motivating them to make the systems better. And it's really, it's absolutely unfortunate from that perspective. And just another perspective that I feel is unfortunate is the fact that we as a user base have to be satisfied with this. We have X. If you don't like X, go to Blue Sky. If you don't like Blue Sky, go to Mastodon. If you don't like Mastodon, go to Trump or go to Truth Social. But they're all basically the same. There isn't one really good system that you're able to use. And to Alberto's point on the element of the authoritarianism that occurs with these companies for what you post. I remember, and perhaps I'm recording this all right now. It was 3,000 people like last year in the UK, and it's only increased to now more than 6,000 people who have been arrested for things that they've posted on the internet, which just, I don't know, 20 years ago would have been just seen as just a pipe dream. You got arrested for posting a meme? It's just like, come on, that's a joke. Get out of here. But that's actually happening, and now it's starting to spread in the United States. And that's how things happen. I mean, the United States court system is based on the British court system, which is based on the Roman system. But basically, once something gets passed within the UK, many times, and there's a lot, especially on the east coast of the United States, a lot of people who are either married to people from the UK or have interactions with people in the UK, and there becomes this understanding like, yeah, you can be arrested for something that you posted online, and then people start to think, oh, okay, well, it's okay over there, maybe it'd be okay here. And I know that there have been hundreds of people now who have been arrested in the United States for things that they've posted, or even just had the police come to their house. People come in. I mean, if you would have told me 10 years ago that the police would come to your house because of a comment that you made on somebody's Instagram post, I and most of America would have laughed at you. But that's becoming a reality today. And something else that I've seen recently are police coming to people's homes to enforce terms and conditions of platforms. Now, I'm not talking about laws. I'm talking about terms and conditions that are essentially created by lawyers and general counsels of these platforms, be it Meta, Alphabet, Amazon, whatever, and the police basically being a arm of the corporatocracy coming to people's homes saying, hey, did you know that you did ban evasion and that this goes against the terms and conditions? And I can see within the next 5 or 10 years violations of the terms and conditions of a platform will be seen as a violation of the law. And that is, in my opinion, unconscionable that we have corporate systems that are creating essentially laws and they have no accountability. It's not like you can go to your local councilman or your local representative or your senator or anyone to be able to fight these or to be able to um, give your input because you don't have that kind of representation at Meta or at Amazon or at Alphabet. And that's this really scary time. I mean, that's why I know with my project what I'm doing. I don't just stream on one platform. I do my best to multi-stream. So I use what's called Rumble Studio that basically allows me to multi-stream on like 30 different platforms simultaneously. So if any one of these services says, Rabbi, we don't want you streaming on us on our platform anymore, which some of them have, that's okay. All of my streams are already backed up on all of the other platforms, and it would literally take an entire team of people long periods of time to be able to erase me from the internet. That's what I'm doing. But I recognize that this is the wild, wild west of the internet, and we're moving towards a day where if you lose your Instagram account, you just can't create another one, or if you lose your Twitter account, you just can't create another one. I know one of the things that Twitter even advertises when you're creating an account, it says need another account, create an account here. Okay, well, like they're endorsing basically having multiple accounts, but in a perhaps the not too distant future, you will have one account. You will only be able to have one account. You have to make sure that you toe the line with that account, or you will lose it, and you will not have the ability to make another account. You can't use a VPN. You can't use an alternate. It will be considered ban evasion, and if you do somehow come into possession of an account while you're under a period of this ban, you may have a knock at the door of the authorities saying, why are you doing this? One last thing I'd like to say on this topic, as you can tell, I'm extremely passionate about it, is the idea of permanency of bans. Look, you have people who have raped people in this world, and they don't have lifetime bans. They're not in jail for life. You have people who have committed manslaughter or even murder. They don't have lifetime bans. They might have gone to jail for 25 years or 30 years or 40 or 45 years, but eventually, because they have served their time, they are allowed back into society and do their best to become positive members again, no matter what it is they do. Not in the case of Facebook, because you posted something that even Facebook might have thought at the time was controversial and may have come back and said that they were wrong to have that policy because of some kind of medical opinion you may have had or some kind of political opinion you may have. You're gone for the rest of time. You have a permanent ban. There is no, we will reevaluate this in 1 year or 3 years or 5 years. There's none of that. And I think that's really unfortunate as well. That we basically have stricter penalties for what you do online than what you have for criminal punishment. And that's really unfortunate that you can do some heinous things, but even society says that you should be given a second chance after you have paid your debt to society. But not Facebook, not Twitter, not Meta, Alphabet, Amazon. If you mess up with them one time, you cannot create another account, and if you do, it's considered ban evasion. That is really unbelievable to me. The fact that if you lose your YouTube account, you're not supposed to create another one. It's considered ban evasion. But yet you could punch someone in the face, go to jail for 5 years, and then you could, be basically a positive member of society eventually if given enough time. But you couldn't create a YouTube account. That's ridiculous to me. I mean, to just use this example, if you were on YouTube and you, let's say, held up a bank while live streaming, you might go to jail for 25 years, but eventually you're going to be let out and eventually allowed back in society. But your YouTube account would have been permanently banned and you would not be able to use that again, even 25 years later. That's ridiculous to me. That basically Meta has more power over you than the laws of your jurisdiction. It's ridiculous. The idea of permanency of bans, to me, needs to be reevaluated. It should be 1 year, and then perhaps it can be reconsidered, or they could continue the ban. But the fact that because somebody made a decision 5 years ago that you shouldn't have an account, maybe it was AI, maybe it's someone who doesn't even work there anymore, means that you cannot contribute in an online forum. That's ridiculous to me. Thank you for letting me contribute.
Pozdrawiam się od Lejsa, classic case of checker. He transitions and he says, I am secretly that I did that like God. After the survey, there's no information about all this stuff. No such thing as about this stuff. Okay. Or all the game except for the language stuff. But I'm the average job. Change was important. Let us get this. Let us do this. Is part of a server, but for example, policies or policies is going not allowed to offer partial or allowed to bow down some of the example of maintaining public audition, but of that's the different. Okay, so again, I just spoke about one of the things that we're going to do is now focus about the type of watch this. Like one of the things that it's not that was a very size, that you not to like this problem that I got. When I got just trying to get you off the part of the guy. In other words, I'm hoping to start to think of these others and the gaining another part of it. About okay, I'm going to share this. Maybe I call it. So let's assume those that have come to us as something without really control says, you know what, as a consciousness of God, the provision of shacks. He's just absolutely nothing. Pretty low. So everybody sees put the down, put that on Friday. That's what we're working on. And I want to be in that situation from down that way. The human exams usually test to show us that by other people, those are having hand. Those are having hand. Let's say up this part, but then those are having hand, then those are having hand. By other people, everyone agrees, okay. There'll be an example that says that on this side, those have plus 6 instead of 7. Something like that. So sharpness, then you have 6 categories. Category 1 is a whole setup. Whenever one can take up to the screen card or the whole setup, or part of it, that's not going to be shipping it up on a site itself. It's a zero. That's category 1. Category 2. Upgrading another setup of its own style. So when I went to another idea that I like, I want to use setup. Category 3. Another itself. Part of it. If you start off on there, budget. Budget doesn't work. It's fine. I want to just move that stack. That's not so bad. So here's one side. Now that has that process. What's the first order? Is the puzzle.
Most certainly is. And there is a pay-to-play element in the influencer world as well, a major one, especially with botting. If you know, basically any influencer who has 1 million or more followers, chances are most of them are botted. And what was done is, I mean, I can give you the websites and I can tell you how much it is for 10,000 X followers or 100,000 X followers or even 1 million X followers. There are services that will repost immediately when you post, and these services are allowed by the people who run the platforms, even though they say that they don't allow them. They know that those individuals, many times who can afford these types of botting services, will be major influencers, and they want those influencers on their platform. But if you were really to dig into how much interaction their posts are getting organically, it's basically nothing. That's what happens with many of these celebrity influencers and many of these influencers that you're gonna find on YouTube, just basically on YouTube. But what is really unfortunate is that makes someone who has quality content who doesn't bot themselves basically invisible to the common person. And there is a way to be able to censor people using the system. So basically, the powers that be say, in order for anybody to get on the trending or whatever, they're going to have, let's say, 50,000 followers, 100,000 followers, or whatever it is that they feel the number is to be adequate. And let's say one of those people accidentally says the wrong thing, or says something that goes against whatever it may be. Well, all of a sudden, they're going to lose their account. And all you have to do is do that to a few people, and everyone will understand what the message is, and they won't touch that subject anymore. Or they won't perhaps make videos or content on that anymore. And then the only people who are trending on your website are people who are towing the line for whatever it is that you essentially want. And the people who may be creating excellent content but just are doing so organically are never going to be seen. They're never going to get on the front page, and they're going to be basically invisible. And that's what you want them to be, as the owner of the site, or perhaps as some type of governmental body. Another point that comes to mind, at least, and it happened on X when we heard about the Twitter files when Elon Musk bought Twitter, and we saw all the suppression of certain influencers from whatever their political leanings may have been. They were banned under the Jack Dorsey regime. And then all of a sudden, we got to see how Twitter actually worked. but there were no consequences against Jack Dorsey. He got to go start, help to fund Blue Sky and basically take the technology. I don't understand this one. As I understand, he helped to create Blue Sky. He basically had it as a side project at X. X gets bought, and then he just takes the technology and creates a competitor. And how that's considered legal, I have no idea. We saw it with YouTube with medical misinformation. You could not say anything. You can't say to drink 8 glasses. I think this was an example. You couldn't say drink 8 glasses of water on Twitter, or pardon me, on YouTube without getting a medical misinformation strike during the height of the pandemic. And then then YouTube reversed its course on that a few years later and said, well, maybe you can say more things, but who knows if we get into another pandemic, they may tighten down on everything. But that doesn't help the hundreds, if not thousands, of medical experts who lost their YouTube accounts, of people who lost their followings, of people who lost their content. It's an incredible, an incredibly unfair system. And to me, as I analogize this, it's like when you're an influencer, you are climbing a mountain. And as you climb the mountain, at any given time, someone can push you off the edge, basically ban your account, and you have to start all the way at the bottom again. And it's incredibly difficult to do. It's incredibly frustrating to do. And if you're big enough, they'll just make sure that you're completely removed from the platform altogether. And there are so few alternatives that you don't really have anywhere to turn. So that's why we see so many mainstream people refusing to ever veer in any direction that isn't the mainstream centrist belief, for fear of being pushed off that mountain. And as a small time creator, as I know I am, I uh, I have found that people ask me all the time, "Really, how many people are watching me right now?" Well, on one of my streams, maybe three. But if you combine all of my streams, it's like 120 or so. But here's the thing: they don't know about each other, so they don't realize that I'm much bigger than I am. Same with Discord, same with Twitter, and uh, and I don't have a way to combine all of the accounts into one. There isn't that kind of ability. And so people think that, oh, well, there are only two or three other people watching right now. That's not that much. That means that this person isn't that exciting, or they're not having great conversations, or whatever it is. When if they saw in combination, you've got over 100 people. Oh, well, then they feel like they're part of the community, and they're going to start typing and joining the Discord and going to the link tree and all of those other things. But because of the fragmentation that these websites force upon its user base, no one's ever going to know that. Though they will when one of the big creators is out there, are out there, one of the 1%. Um, when it comes to Reddit, I think is a very interesting one. If you remember the early days of the internet, forums were very popular, very, very popular. There were dozens of forums out there. Today, very few forums. Very few forums. All of the forums have either been considered beacons of hate speech or just didn't have the finances to continue. So everything moved into Reddit. And Reddit has, it's basically owned by Condé Nast, and Sam Altman owns 10% of it. Most of ChatGPT's answers, something between 40 and 60% of all of ChatGPT's answers were developed from Reddit forums. And thus it's incredibly influential in terms of AI. And what you will find is if you ever get banned from Reddit, you're never going to have the opportunity to get your account back. If you learn who helps to run Reddit, the first person to 1 million karma is what they call it, is a very controversial account. Many people think that this may be the name of the account is Maxwell Hill, and many people think that that was Ghislaine Maxwell's, if you know who that is, her account. It was an incredibly influential account on Reddit. It moderated world news. It moderated quite a few other accounts. And if you look into the moderation system of Reddit, of the top 500 Reddits, the top 500 Reddit subreddits, over 100 of them share fewer than 5 of the same moderator. So what am I saying? Basically, the place where all of AI's information is being chosen is Reddit, and of Reddit, those moderators are very distinct, very limited amount of people, and no one knows who those people are. They are all anonymous, and I've read that Reddit is at a point where it doesn't necessarily want new users. It just wants the current users who are there, who are towing the line, who don't say anything controversial, and that's why it's very difficult if you ever get banned from Reddit to be able to create a new Reddit account, and that's there's a reason for that. The reason is because Reddit is so influential when it comes to AI and other areas of discourse that they don't want you as a user. And I think we're running into that in all of these platforms. YouTube may not want you as a user anymore. Nevertheless, you may think you have a right to it because it's so large in its utility and way to express yourself, but YouTube might just not want you anymore. And Reddit may not want you anymore. And Instagram may not want you anymore. And these decisions are being made behind corporate boardrooms and general counsel offices, not being discussed and debated openly in your local legislatures or your national legislature. And I think it's really unfortunate the way that these systems are being run. And I know I covered a lot there, and I'd love to hear anybody's opinion on it.
I listen to it, I listen to a lot of other stuff, but not on both sides. Not on both sides, because you are some of the and go back to the some of the miracle obviously like who does the charges for miracles come from? Obviously Hashem is going to do it with Hashem wants us to do. No, that's not it. That's not it. However, whatever the symbol of the miracle is, what is do not worship idolatry or was it that this is inconsistent Torah understands literally against the launch of Muhammad I'm still a good guy. I'm trying to do the right thing. I'm here at 12 months out which is incredible. So how am I as an individual like to which community says that in our spiritual development and therefore Hashem will empower against the will of HaKadosh. Therefore, again, even if you don't perform a tremendous miracle, don't listen to worship idolatry. Kind of already what are you talking about? What are you talking about? How can you imagine for a moment that Hashem would give power over nature to someone who's defiant? How would anything work? Sheker doesn't make any sense. Hello, you go to the given assertion, you also have the evidence. There's also a sheker. So, we can have sheker scenario. Unfortunately, we know we went bad. We know we went bad. So it happens. It happens, right? Sometimes people feel bad. Or it's the effect of places that someone who has this potential has a goal outcome. Right? And what happens is that you're another sheker is someone who everyone knows he's putting himself through real miracles. He wants to find miracles down. And then what happens? He uses his way. He's not performing miracles now, right? But he's got credibility because even if that guy's performing himself for Israel, the Muslims claim the Lord is let's worship idolatry. And even if this is the kind of one who anyone who kept the sun from setting, still says it's really a most profit, but never be able to perform it. Okay, that's our only last story. Anime, first story is the last story again. The last story, one question for the last story, was called Question Punishment, straight up. The mission said that if it's enough consuming testify that they don't get what's that straight, but rather what they get penalty. So does her adultery, right? Amrab Akabeta because sign your Yosef, this is the content of our last single passion from all classes of his as says you have to do to be it wasn't inspired to be their brother. So he wasn't why. But you should call him this zone so maybe well they will see. In general, you know, the way you what kind of punishment is it? Simple punishment. Whatever the people want instead of setting is exactly the punishment that they themselves get. Now this is the words Josie Butler. Last point, keep it here. They know that to say that. So what happens? Now we know a last point is this book. She is spoken that to the church now we know that her Boaz, the man who committed adultery, doesn't get straight, right? Because in the other hand, standard punishment there. Zooming in Judea, in the Horseshoe, 내가 뒤에서 suppose it's now
Oh, go ahead, Jeff.
That's supposed to get straight, the guy is going to get better, right? So, what do they get? What are they getting? Here's the Omer, last says the Ochiv, the very after. Interesting enough, when it comes to his face, whatever they want, the Ochiv to their brother. Then you're supposed to the Boel and not and therefore Allah relations they get together as well. Hajj Allah, Abraham, it was a must have. It was like, get ready now, perhaps the most fulfilled behind the background. I feel like we are back to the next couple of days, and how about everywhere? Israel is going to change our lives so all this stuff, based on every has a beautiful Shemar, the Ame Ulo Sadikim, the Ondo Yersh Aretz, Big Circle, and the Syria that was those are some other cultures, especially on China, that little recognition are all such great, they will forever and ever come down. Big Circle, I used to look at like my certifications on my characters, not to say go back and display, they are distributions of my hand, you can try to register an account. So the idea of the part of was to focus on here, you know, so by the way, what is this creation of the account? Apparently it's strange, even though I've never had any social media. It's just strange. And now, let's get into the so they look at the laws and they see that it was, you know, shouldn't have been done in the automation. They were wrong and they felt corny or whatever. They're putting in a channel, you know, for me or whatever, but then don't hear back. That was weeks ago, but I can't hear, but it's just, you know, a lot of people that are looking at and, you know, sharing their thoughts, really what's going on. So our being shut down. And I have this account that paid $100. That's all I've got. Anyway, and then back to one more thing that you were saying, and shit, it was so important. Damn it, it's the main thing that I wanted to talk on, and I don't remember it now, but you know, if you could jog my memory, it was the last thing you just said, it'd be helpful. Make sure to do Shiva before you die, because if you do so, what's the
Was
next
that Alberto or me?
You, the last thing you said.
Certain. Okay, so I covered Reddit, and it's important to AI and such. I covered YouTube and just influencers in general buying followers. Alberto covered impressions, and then we talked about as well just the oligarchy, basically changing the terms of conditions the corporatocracy changing and technocracy, changing the terms and conditions, and basically having police forces enforce those like they are laws. Those were some of the topics that we mentioned. I don't know if that triggered your memory at all, but um, if not, I did it, or if not, we,
That's the first one. And then introduce the
it's an absolute joke, Alfredo. And this discussion here is a really important discussion. And guess what? We've got 6 people listening to it. And if you go to the Twitter search, you won't find it. You'll have to find the specific search term, but it's not like listed. If you all want to know the best website for spaces, it's known as spacesdashboard.com. I don't know if anybody's ever been to it, but it is what X needs to be. It lists all the spaces in order of largest to smallest or most recent to longest duration. It lists all of the people who are in each space, how big their listenership is, when the last time they hosted a space. So there's all kinds of data in there. But you'll never see that on X. X shows you like a random just like 12 or 15, and that's it. You don't know, probably, and a lot of people don't know, there are over 1,000 English speaking spaces going on right now, but we'll never be able to communicate with each other because you're not botting the space. And it's so obvious. And I know, Alberto, you've seen it. You see it every single day because I've seen you in a lot of spaces over years. You, you and I both know you'll go into a space that says it's got 250 people, and then you only see like 8 little icons, and then at the bottom it says, yeah, absolutely. Please go ahead. Yes.
I wanted to say that you think about all these social media platforms where, they're all, government controlled, et cetera, et cetera. But here's the thing. We've got all of these great minds. I mean, we have great minds in this room. We have a great dev in this room that's listening to this space and doing a smart job. And, we have the resources available to us to network with, to rebuild these platforms and do it at a fraction of the cost. It's going to take time and all that kind of thing, but it makes me, I've always wondered, why can't we rebuild many of these platforms? We literally have millions of people out of work. They have the skills necessary. We can give them incentives and stock options or whatever. We just need a leader to lead some of the development and override and spearheading, some of these things. What I'm saying is, if you think about my scenario, which again I haven't shared with you, and the 6 users, and then in the future, the millions of followers and hopefully billions of listeners that you get. I've been out of work and I'm having difficulty getting back to the job market due to the whole ATS process. It's just completely broken. We need to turn that process on its head, and we need to make a site where everybody comes to us where the talent is, and that's how the challenge works going forward. Instead of always following this bullshit that doesn't work, we need to build these platforms. So how do we do that? Well, we have the people. Like I said, we've got the people. It's people are out of work. They've got the time. Obviously they're looking for a job. The job market is broken. There are people doing 5,000 interviews a year, including 5,000 resume rewrites, 5,000 cover letters, 5,000 calendar and rescheduling. Things are probably happening a million times to get the interview set up, followed by AI interview. It's just pointless. It's like you said about the dead internet theory. It's so true. Before even AI, over half of the internet traffic was already proven to be dead internet theory of the bots. I mean, and now we've got this dead slop content we're watching. It is so draining and so non-motivating, so non-high vibrational that you can't do anything probably but just we change the way the world operates, and we create platforms to take it away from these minor few that control the whole world. Why don't we? We're the ones that create it anyway. We're just getting a paycheck from the major corporations. It's not even enough money to do it anyway. It doesn't make sense. It's like anything. It's like the poison of the food that we're eating. We're all of the things. Stand up as a nation. Stop the bullshit and recreate and make it great again and make America great again. Anyway, I'll have a plan.
This guy, he rejected the notion of assassination, and therefore, again, he gets no assassination, which, by the way, makes sense. If you don't believe it, you don't get it. You don't believe resurrection is dead, you don't get resurrection is dead. Only does it like those problems they connect you to. As I believe that it works, that's a possible. They connect you to that's a possible. The original, I'm not going to say. The next one, the best for problem, they connect you to. How do you know that the smartboard food they connect you to? And reciprocity, never have a little shop skills. Really quite exactly. There are other context. The army of Iran has laid siege to Arabs to now what happened is famine. So there's no food available.
In terms of Jeff's points about the ATS applicant tracking system, I can tell you when, unfortunately, I've become somewhat independently wealthy to be able to pursue my goals of my project. But when I was in the workforce, I'm a certified project management professional, and I did well with a startup, essentially, and I had the background of I was able to launch a very successful app on the App Store and Google Play. But even thereafter getting contracts, I found that I had to apply far more than what the average person would think that you would need to apply for a job. So a lot of people think, well, I applied for 10 jobs today. That's great. And frankly, that to me is a joke. You need to apply for like 200 to 400 jobs a day. And if you're like, well, that's impossible to do, it's not. With one click apply, it's really possible. You can set up bots of your own to be able to do this automatically for you. If you want help, I can help you to do it. Basically, use the automation system to your advantage, where the bot, just using a Windows computer, absolutely free, will recognize where the applicant like apply button is, the shape of the apply button, the color of the apply button, and only click the apply buttons for you. You can use these to your advantage and basically make it about quantity, not necessarily quality. Because as you know, and it's not the way of the old days where you work really hard on one resume and one cover letter and apply to one job and you get that job. No, if you check on many of the recruiting and job finding subreddits, people are having to apply to at least 1,000 jobs to be able to just get some interviews and certainly to get an offer. And they don't always accept an offer. In the old days, you might apply for 10, 20, 30 jobs, and you're going to get a few offers. Today, it's 20, 200, 300, 400, 500 jobs just to get an interview. I know, though, that it's a system that you can use to your advantage. You can automate things on your own. You can also go to AI and say, I want you to match keywords to basically beat the ATS system and make sure to use the standard headings that recruiters are looking for. Use clean fonts. Ensure that you're using the correct file type. Use all of those things to your advantage. Now, let's say you do all of that and you're still not getting hired. I would say, okay, how many jobs did you apply for a day? And if you don't say 100, then I'm going to say that I'm not saying you aren't trying, but you could try harder. You could literally sit and watch Netflix and just hit apply, 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 all day long on ZipRecruiter, on Indeed, and on LinkedIn, and you're going to have some opportunities. Somebody's going to send you an email saying, "Hey, I saw that you had applied to this job," and especially I'm sure with some of the background information that you've shared, that they're going to be interested in you. Additionally, I think a really underutilized but excellent resource is to get with a headhunter. That's so key. Some people may say, I don't want to use a recruiting agency because I don't want to give up, part of my salary. Well, guess what? If these organizations are able to get you a $300,000 a year job, but they want 50,000 of it, and you're going to make $250,000 a year. Most people will say that's not that bad of a deal for me. I'm going to be able to provide for my family and such. But you shouldn't certainly you shouldn't give up. But if you aren't applying for not just dozens but hundreds of jobs a day, I'm going to say that the numbers are against you because there are people out there who are. In terms of the overall ATS, the career landing system, it has changed as we know. Everything is automated. Networking has become really important. I'm sure that you said you've gotten millions of followers on different platforms. So I'm not teaching you anything that you don't know. But you need to make sure that your LinkedIn has followers, that you have connections, that you have a really great photo. Just basically things that a recruiter is going to want to be able to see. But then again, the best advice I could give to you, and if it's a surprise, don't let it be. If you apply to 10,000 jobs and you think that's too many, I don't. I think that that's what's starting to take. At least if you look in these subreddits of how difficult it is, but certainly don't give up. But if you haven't run your resume through AI to ensure that you're matching the keywords that ATS systems are looking for, you need to be. I I help people do this. It's just out of the goodness of my heart. I get a lot of people who come to me and say, Rabbi, I am a developer. I'm in the third world and I don't have any opportunity, but I've got the skill set. Okay, great. Did you ever run your resume through ChatGPT and ensure that it is has I call it like career keyword enhancement? No, I've never done that. I just wrote it the way that I wanted to write. Well, make sure that you do that. ChatGPT can be your ally in this. And then I ask people, how many jobs did you apply for today? And they'll be like, oh, well, like three. Okay, that's fine. But because these systems have one-click apply, you can literally be doing something else and just have the system work for you. You just have to hit the button or create a button to hit the button, and it will apply for 200, 300, 400 jobs for you a day. And if you do that for a month, you've got to think that that's something like anywhere between 12 and 15,000 jobs that you may be applying for over the course of a month. That's far more than your average individual. You make it about quantity, and you're going to have recruiters who are in your inbox and hitting up your phone and wanting you to get your dream job. I don't know if any of that information is helpful, but the one thing that I can say is no matter how many jobs that you think you're applying to, it's not enough because that's how cutthroat it is out there today.
Yeah, I appreciate you sharing. It's good information, but I gotta be honest, it's segmented enough. The system's broken. To hear you say, or anybody to think that's listening, that it makes logical sense that you need to apply for 15,000 jobs to get an offer. It's ridiculous. I mean, these headhunters, managers in charge of hiring and things of that nature, they don't even understand what's going on. And maybe your point of what you're saying or what you're mentioning, I think it would be contributing more to the problem than anything because if everyone's following that same methodology, these job listings that get listed, people, underqualified people,
see, man. That's the question.
Yo, what up? How are you?
I'm doing okay. How about yourself?
Amazing, my man. How'd you find out about me?
It was from Discord, actually. I just looked up Jewish on Discord.
Excellent, my friend. I'm in the middle of a conversation right now. I'd love to talk with you. Can you just be patient with me for a second?
Yeah.